Good morning.
Oh, good morning.
Good morning.
Good morning.
It's 10 o'clock.
Okay.
Welcome to this meeting of the Eastern Planning Committee on Wednesday, 24th of June 2026. My name is Councillor David Took. I am chair of this committee. My vice chair is Councillor Sally House. The meeting is being live streamed and is available to view on the council's website. By attending this meeting, you consent to being filmed. The Planning Committee is not a public meeting, but a meeting to which the public is invited. All attendees must comply with the ruling of the chair. Members of the public must not interrupt the meeting or cause undue disturbance. To support this, please switch off your mobile phones or select silent mode for the duration of the meeting. Only those who are registered to speak in accordance with the speaking protocol will be invited to address the committee for a maximum of 3 minutes. This is limited to the first 3 people objecting and the first 3 people supporting the application who have registered, along with the town or parish council and ward member. No additional material is to be circulated to members of the committee today. We have 4 applications to be determined today. The planning officer will be invited to present the report and recommendations. Next, I will invite members of the public who have registered to speak with Democratic Services Officer before the deadline to address the committee in the following order: public against, public support, applicant agent, town and parish council, and ward member. Excuse me. Each speaker has a maximum of 3 minutes. Following on from the registered speakers, the planning officers will have the opportunity to address any salient points they wish to clarify, and the committee members will be given the opportunity to ask questions of the planning officers before moving on to their debate. At the end of the debate, we will take a vote that will declare the decision of the committee. Can I remind members that when we go into councillor questions and debate, please state the name and ward for the benefit of the public watching. Speak directly into the microphones so that we can all hear you. Please remember that the microphones on the tables are always on and will pick up any audio during the meeting. If anyone is using Teams, please ensure you're on mute and your device volume is set to 0. Before we begin, just a few final points regarding general housekeeping. We are not expecting a fire alarm during today's meeting. However, should the alarm sound, please leave the building calmly and without delay using the nearest fire exits, which are located at the side of the room. The meeting will be formally adjourned at that point and will only resume once it is confirmed safe to do so. I'd like to welcome the committee, the members of the public, and to say obviously involved in today's meeting are Elizabeth Adams, Thomas Wilde, we have Cheryl Ballard from the District Manager's Office, James Brightman, Claire Hicks, Emma McDonald, Alison Curtis, Thomas Stonell, Lara Altree, who is our senior lawyer, Megan Rochester, who is a senior Democratic and Governance Officer, and Josh Kennedy, who is our Democratic and Governance Officer and is our committee clerk. Josh, do we have any apologies?
Yes, so we've had apologies today from councillors Tony Coombs, Vera Lazard, Julie Robinson, Gary Suttle, and Hannah Hobbs-Chell.
Thank you, Josh. Does anybody have a declaration of interest to make? No? Thanks.
It's not really a declaration of interest, but 2 of these are in my ward.
Okay.
I have not entered into any particular discussion or comments about them, apart from hearing what the parish councils have said.
Okay. Yeah. Any other declarations? So, Alex, did you make representations online about this?
I commented when on the planning more portal when sent information about that they were coming through.
Okay. Well, that's a support or an objection or
Just a comment.
just a comment. Okay, thanks. Has everybody seen the minutes of the previous meeting? Yeah, any objections to them? If not, we'll take them as read. I'm slightly later. Okay, as for the public, you can make representations at the time of the agenda item following the presentation. If you wish, you could make those representations now. Does anybody wish to? I'll take that as a no.
Go away.
Are we,
Sorry, David.
if you just mute it. Okay. We can now move on, I think, in that case, to agenda item 5 is P for 2025 03733 land at Flowers Drove, Litchfield, Travers, Dorset, will be presented by Thomas Wild. Thomas, on yours.
Thank you, Chair. Good morning, members. This application is for the erection of 29 dwellings with new vehicular access, pedestrian access onto Limwell Road, sustainable drainage infrastructure, based landscaping, associated infrastructure on land at Flowers Drove, Litchfield, Travers, and Dorset. This slide shows the location of the site, which is outlined in red in the context of Litchfield, Travers.
It's very faint. Can we put some contrast on it?
Yes.
Very. That's still progress, can they?
Contrast that. You can see it on here as well.
Big T.
Yeah.
That's volume.
Tom, just take one yeah, I'm going to talk to them. I think that's probably the best way we can get it. Members, if you have Teams on your laptops, then you can get a better impression of it. Or Thomas, carry on.
Yeah. Okay. Thank you, Chair. So yes, as I said, this slide, if you can see it on your laptops, hopefully, shows the location of the site, which is outlined in red. In the context of Litchfield, Travers, it's to the northeastern side of the Travers. And this slide then shows the extent of the application site outlined in red again, and the immediate context on an aerial photograph. To the south of the site is Wimborne Road, and we can see the relatively modern development of Poppy Place at the edge of the screen. Flowers Drove is to the west of the site, and at the bottom of the image to the south, this green field is the Blaney's Corner site, where the committee has previously resolved to grant planning permission for 25 dwellings. This image is taken from the applicant's design and access statement and illustrates some of the constraints and site characteristics. The contours, which are dotted in white on the slide, show that the land has fallen levels from the high. There's a high plateau area in the southeast before falling away more steeply towards the northwest, and there's also higher ground in the south west as well. Black dotted lines are existing sewers on the which cross the site with easements marked either side, which must be maintained. And there's a wooded area on the northern boundary of the site with existing areas of vegetation shown outlined in green. The planning application proposes the erection of dwellings on a site which is allocated under policy H6 of the Perfect Local Plan, where the principle of development is therefore acceptable, subject to accordance with other local and national planning policies. Policy H6 advises that around 30 dwellings should be provided on the site, and as set out in the officer report, the application site also forms part of the council's housing and supply. The slide shows the three sites that are allocated under policy H6 in blue, with the site marked with the orange star. This is the proposed master plan with the proposal for 29 units. And then moving into some photographs of the site. This is the view from the southeastern corner of the site at the existing existing entrance. And this is looking west across the site from a central position, looking at the houses that we can see here are the houses that front onto Flowers Drove. This is looking eastwards towards existing houses to the east, which bound the site. And then this is looking from a little bit further into the site east again at those same houses. This is looking northwards towards the woodland on the northern boundary of the site. And this is looking looking southwards towards the southern side of the site and Flowers Drove. You can see the houses on the other side of Flowers Drove. This is looking directly southwards towards the houses that form the southern boundary of the site, which front onto Lime Kiln Road. And then this is looking northwards from the southern boundary of the site towards, so you can see the hedgerow, which forms the western boundary, with Flowers Drove on the other side of that hedgerow, and the houses just above that. And you can see the change in levels across the site from this photograph. This is a view from the proposed location of the entrance, looking eastwards, and from the same position looking westwards towards the village. This slide shows the approach to designing within the site's topography. We can see the higher ground is in the darker brown colour on the slide, and it shows with the lighter colours being on the lower ground. It shows the arrangement of the two northern cul-de-sacs within the site, running along contour lines, which, with the change in levels, broadly accommodated within the rear gardens to the properties. And then we can also see on this plan the surface water drainage features, which are located on the lowest lying parts of the site. This slide shows the proposed mix of housing across the site, which comprises 8 two-bedroom houses, which are in the light blue colour. The 3 to 10 and 3-bedroom houses in the turquoise colour, and then 11 4-bedroom houses in the yellowy green colour. Then moving into some street scenes. Section AA is looking eastwards, showing the houses which front onto the surface water drainage ponds, with the access road visible on the right-hand side. And the plan at the bottom shows the location of each of these sections. So this is section AA. So this does show some of the changes in levels running from the southern portion of the site to the north. And you can see that the levels rising up again towards the east. Section BB is looking northwards along the access road as it enters the site on the right-hand side and travels through the site and into the lower ground of the western side of the site. And then section CC is looking from the same position southwards. So again, entering the site at the left-hand side this time of the slide, travelling through with the levels dropping away into the right-hand side of the slide. And then section street scene DD is looking westwards, showing the houses on the higher ground, which will be those all faced eastwards. This slide is a visualization of the site looking south from the western boundary of the site. The image showing the housing on the higher ground, set back from the boundary of the site behind the drainage ponds and an access road. The application was advertised by site notice in 2025, and notification. 23 comments of objection were received, which are summarised on the slide, and the full comments are available on the website. There's been no objection received from consultees in general, as set out on this and the next slide. There is, however, an objection from the parish council and from the housing officer, both predominantly relating to the affordable housing provision on the site, or lack thereof. These are the remains of the consultation responses. Some concerns in third-party comments have been raised about inappropriate development in the Greenbelt. So just to cover that, policy B2 of the local plan has amended the Greenbelt to remove the allocated sites around Legioma Travers. So the site is no longer within the Greenbelt, so that the slide shows the application site, again outlined in red, with the Greenbelt in the green wash-over colour. So no part of the site falls within the Greenbelt, and the development does not therefore constitute an appropriate development. In terms of housing mix, policy H9 states that market housing should support the housing mix identified in the strategic housing market assessment, the SHMA. And a comparison of the scheme against the SHMA expectations is set out on the screen, and it can be seen that the scheme includes a higher proportion of 4-bedroom units at the cost of smaller units. Officers do therefore consider that there is a conflict with policy H9 in this regard. And then moving into plan contributions and affordable housing. This slide quotes from the relevant policies with regard to the provision of affordable housing and financial contributions. In respect of both, policies do allow for the consideration of viability evidence where the applicant considers that a policy compliant contribution cannot be sustained. And in this scheme, a policy compliant scheme would deliver 11 on-site affordable housing units with a commuted sum to equivalent to 0.6 units, and then a financial contribution of £236,599.98 towards education provision, which includes nursery, primary, secondary, post-16, and special educational needs and disabilities provision, health facilities, and public rights of way. The application was, however, accompanied by a viability assessment, as the applicant does not consider that the scheme can support the policy compliant contributions. The justification for this is due to increased build costs since the adoption of the viability testing of the local plan, and which have also fed into an increase in sill costs and the additional costs of providing nutrient mitigation within Poole Harbour catchment following the withdrawal of the nitrogen reduction in Poole Harbour SPD, again, which was not included in the local plan viability work. The application was assessed by an independent valuer as required by the local plan and planning practice guidance, and in this case, the services of the district valuer were engaged. The table on the screen compares the inputs from the applicant and the district valuer as set out in the officer report and their review. Some points to note from the DVS's figures on the previous slide. So the gross development values are broadly similar and considered to be realistic. The applicant has identified slightly lower construction costs than the district valuer, but there's a difference on abnormal costs. The profit levels are agreed at 17.5%, which is consistent with the range of profit levels in the planning practice guidance. And there remains a point of difference between the sale and borrowing costs on the scheme. The viability conclusion is therefore that a fully policy compliant scheme is not financially viable, and the maximum viable contribution after the cost of still and the purchase of nutrient credits allowed for is £369,642, and that sensitivity testing has shown that no reasonable scenario would make a full policy compliant scheme achievable in this instance. The applicant has indicated that they do not agree with all of the DVS inputs, in particular with regard to legal and borrowing costs, and a stage 2 review has been undertaken, but in that process the DVS has confirmed their inputs. The applicant has therefore agreed without prejudice to the contributions set out in the DVS's most recent report. Then we move on to highways, access and parking. Access to the site is achieved through a newly formed priority junction on the northern side of Wimborne Road. The image on the screen shows the vehicular access with a 57-metre visibility splay to the west and a 61-metre visibility splay to the east. The existing pedestrian footway will be tied in with a crossing point across the entrance, and a new bank control crossing will be provided to the west of the access in the location that's just showing in green on the slide. In addition to the main vehicular access, a secondary pedestrian access is proposed from the southwestern corner of the site with a new crossing point across Flowers Grove. And then this slide shows pedestrian access works which had originally formed part of the application at Lane's Corner to the south, which included a provision providing a crossing point across Wareham Road and a change to the corner radii to reduce vehicle speeds. As that would also be the principal route towards the village centre from the application side, it is proposed to secure these works through this application as well, in case that the Lane's Corner scheme did not come forward first. And that, this image that's just appeared just shows the existing corner radii on Lane's Corner. So you can see that the existing corner radius is quite wide and open, with the narrower corner radius that would be secured intended to slow vehicle speeds entering into Wareham Road. In terms of parking and circulation, all of the proposed dwellings have off-road parking provision, mainly on driveways and with some within parking courts. There are a total of 58 allocated spaces, which include surface parking, shown in green, in combination with driveways and parking courts, and 3 carports, shown in a beige colour on the western part of the site here. And there are 18 additional garage spaces, which are shown in pink. The layout defines 6 on-street parking spaces for visitors, which is shown in red. Although there would be capacity for additional informal on-street parking if required. The blue dots on the slide indicate units which don't have a garage and where there would be a shed provided for parking. Excuse me. There is space to turn at the ends of the site, and the applicant has provided, excuse me. The applicant has provided a swept path analysis which demonstrates that refuse vehicles and fire appliances can enter, turn, and exit the site in a forward gear. Moving to scale, layout, and character. The houses will all be 2 stories in scale. The plan shows those in pink, with the garages and carports all being single story. The site has been designed to be laid out with the high density development at the entrance to the site before opening out into lower density areas on the lower ground and the western part of the site. There is a linear area of open space along the western boundary with flowers drove, with the attenuation basin located to the east of it, intended to form an attractive part of the landscaping of the site. The dwellings are laid out to front onto the roads and set back with landscape, planting and defensible space, and small front gardens. There is mainly on-block parking with some off-block and courtyard style parking, and then on-street parking available for visitors. The scale and layout of the development is considered to be acceptable in accordance with policy E12 and section 12 of the MDPF. There are a number of proposed house types which create variation in design and add visual interest. Overall, the design approach utilises traditional housing forms, predominantly with pitched and gabled roofs, and chimneys to add to the visual interest of the roofscape. More distinctive designs have been utilised in prominent positions within the site, helping the development to turn the corner and address dual frontages. The layout and design are considered to address the Permit Design Guide, where it requires development to reflect and reinforce locally distinctive characteristics and use traditional patterns and forms of development. Turning to materials, a varied palette is proposed, which comprises predominantly brick, which is shown in outlined on the units in orange, with some painted brick shown in blue, brick and flint being used on some of the feature properties in shown in purple. Roof materials are either slate or clay tiles, with the garage roof matching that flat left serves. Parish Council would actually note, sorry, that's a note from the previous slide. Sorry. And in just moving to landscaping, the landscape master plan has been submitted and the plan has been amended alongside other changes to the scheme and reviewed by Dorset Council landscape officers who consider that it is acceptable. The landscaping includes retention of the majority of the boundary feature, planting, and the area woodlands in the northern parts of the site. An area, a section of hedgerow would be removed to facilitate access, and also the row of hedges and trees, broken row in the centre of the site is also to be removed to facilitate the development. Additional landscaping details and their management would be secured by condition. And then moving from landscaping to trees, there are a large number of trees on the site boundaries or just outside of the site, as shown by the tree protection plan. Additionally, there is a tree preservation order affecting one tree on site, which is outlined in orange on this slide. That tree preservation order was made in response to this application to ensure that the tree is protected through the lifetime of the development. The tree officer is, however, satisfied that that trees will be adequately protected through the development, subject to conditions to secure protective measures set out in the supporting documents. And finally, just covering boundary treatments, there is a mix of hedging, shown in green, with the state fencing in purple. The brick walls are shown to the public-facing rear boundaries of properties, so where they front onto public public spaces, and then close border fences to the other rear boundaries of properties. And finally, a post and rail fence is proposed to the northern boundary with the woodland. The proposal includes an area of open space along the western side of the site, which would be intended as a relatively informal play route with features suggesting as climbing boulders, which they're quite small on this plan, but effectively the features that children would be able to climb on and explore. Is, as I say, intended as an informal route of play rather than the more formal approach that would be in a league or a land. Moving to amenity. Some concerns have been raised in open comments about the impact of the development on amenity from overlooking. A full assessment of the relationships has been carried out within the officer's report and concludes that there would not be sufficient harm to justify refusal of planning permission. The image shows some of the key separation distances as proposed. Back-to-back separation is generally quite generous, with in excess of 30 metres between the rear of existing and proposed properties. The closest relationship is to Wyndham to the south, which would be 15.3 metres from the nearest property. Although it sits on higher ground, and the orientation of the proposed houses would mean that views would not be direct. Towards Flowers Grove, the separation is generally much greater. At the closest point, the separation would be 26.6 metres, and that would increases to over 50 metres in places, with the relationship being generally front to front or side to side between the properties. In view of the relationships to neighbours, it is considered appropriate to impose a condition to limit construction working hours. Moving into drainage. The site is located within flood zone 1 and is not therefore at risk of flooding. Site investigation has confirmed that the infiltration drainage is not viable on the site, and the proposed drainage solution is therefore to drain to a ditch to the north of the site via a new pond, attenuation pond, which would effectively replicate the existing drainage situation of the site. The drainage solution has been reviewed by the Leeds Local Flood Authority and has been confirmed as acceptable, and it can therefore be concluded that the scheme will not result in an increased risk of flooding elsewhere. It's also worth noting at this stage that Wessex Water have commented on the scheme and confirmed that connections would be available to foul sewers which run through Flowers Grove underneath the road. Moving to biodiversity and habitats, the application has been accompanied by an ecological impact appraisal assessment, which has been certified by the Natural Environment Team and which would secure mitigation of foraging and community bats through the establishment of dark corridors around the site. Particularly, you can see the west and northern boundaries in particular, but also around the south of the site. Existing boundary hedgerows to the northern and existing boundary hedgerows and the northern woodland area are to be retained, and the broken hedgerow and tree band within the site is to be removed. A construction ecological management plan will be secured by condition to secure the impacts on ecology are managed through the construction period, and a landscape and ecological management plan will secure long-term management. The site is subject to biodiversity net gain, and the applicant has supplied a metric which indicates a BNG of 32.9% for area habitats and 28.09% for linear habitats. And then moving to habitat sites, the site is located within 5 kilometres of the Dorset Heathlands and is also within the hydrological catchment of Wall Harbour, both of which are designated habitat sites. An appropriate assessment of the implications for protected sites has been undertaken and concluded that mitigation measures can prevent likely significant effects on the integrity of protected sites. The mitigation for heathlands includes contributions via sill and the provision of a sound at Flowers Grove alongside the other sites which have been allocated in the plans. So the SANG is shown in green on the slide, with the most direct walking route to the SANG from the site being shown dotted in blue. So it would be along Wimble Road and through an existing public footpath to the north. And nutrient neutrality will be achieved through the purchase of credits, which will be secured by a pre-commencement plan condition. This is a final summary of the key planning issues as set out in the author's report. With the exception of the housing mix, all other matters are considered to be acceptable. And as the council cannot demonstrate a 5-year supply of housing sites, the tilted balance, as set out in paragraph 11D, of the MPPF applies. In this instance, officers do not consider that the disbenefits of the housing mix not meeting the policy expectations are so great as to significantly and demonstrably outweigh the benefits of the scheme in terms of provision of housing and other benefits, and therefore the planning balance weighs in favour of the proposal. The recommendation is therefore to delegate authority to grant planning permission subject to a section 106 agreement to secure a scheme for the provision and promotion of the SANG, the provision of the open space, and the financial contributions as set out on the slide, or to refuse planning permission if that agreement is not secured within 6 months or such time as may be extended by agreement with the council and the applicant. And these are the headings of the recommended conditions with the full text listed in the report, and the reason for refusal if the section 106 is not completed by the date set out. Here's the presentation picture.
Thank you, Thomas. We've got one public speaker on this, who is the agent, Brett Spiller. You take a seat at the little table. You can turn the microphone on by pressing the button with the appropriate voice, and you'll have 3 minutes timed by Vice Chair, who will give you a 30-second warning towards the end. So take it away when you're ready.
Thank you, Chairman. Members, I address you on behalf of Lewis White Construction, better known to you as White Homes, a Dorset-based house builder with a well-earned reputation for quality. Your officers have delivered a very comprehensive presentation and arrived at a recommendation for approval, so I should try and keep this brief. White Homes have been actively involved in this site for a decade or more. As many of you will be aware, the examination of the Purbeck local plan took an almost unprecedented 5 years. Following early community engagement, White Homes waited patiently for the adoption of the plan before progressing this application. During that time, we've seen many changes in the planning system, development industry, and the general economy as a whole, which have resulted in viability pressures. The land adjacent to Flowers Drove is the last of the 3 sites allocated under Policy H6 to be brought forward before you. This committee resolved to grant permission for the development of land east of Wareham Road last year, and as Thomas has explained, the development of 25 homes and play area at Blaine East Corner on the opposite side of the site. In many ways, Flowers Drove has been the most challenging of the 3 sites, owing to the varied topography and presence of underground utilities. But White Homes have harnessed these constraints to arrive at a scheme that nestles within the landscape and safeguards habitat features. Supplemental planting and the creation of multifunctional green spaces alongside the attractive new homes will deliver biodiversity net gain, provide recreational and amenity benefits pursuant to health and well-being, promote active travel, and ensure resilience to climate change. As acknowledged in section 13 of the officer report, the proposed development would meet all of the criteria set out in Policy H6. The proposal generally accords with the local plan and neighbourhood plan, and also garners weight under the MPPF, given Dorset Council cannot demonstrate a 5-year housing land supply. But to express this in real world terms, the proposal will see the delivery of 29 much needed new homes, meeting the needs of those looking to get on the housing ladder, those looking to grow their families, and older persons looking to right size, all within the easy walking distance of the village centre and the facilities therein. Your officers have highlighted tensions with Policy H9 on housing mix. It provides an expectation for the Purbeck area as a whole. It would be unreasonable to expect each and every development to slavishly adhere to the same prescribed mix. In this instance, 2, 3 and 4 bed homes are proposed, all with private gardens and parking. There are varying square footage and the internal configurations and formats vary. The combination of detached, semi-detached, short terraces are all proposed and shown on the overall layout plan. This mix provides the choice and range and is consistent with the prevailing character of the village. Blaney's Corner on the opposite side of Whitwell Road contains a bias towards smaller homes, so there's a net balancing effect overall. Policy H9 allows for discretion to be afforded in decision making, so I question whether there is any policy conflict. In all other respects, I would very much commend the officer report to you and trust that you will endorse the officer recommendation. Thank you.
Thank you. Thomas, is there anything you wish to clarify or?
No, nothing for me, Chair.
No. In which case, do you have any questions from committee? Councillor Skeets.
Councillor Skeets, West Walsham Three-Legged Cross. Whites are a good builder, but notably in this scheme, we're not meeting the requirements of H11, which I'll leave to one side and I'll let my colleagues think about. There's a lack of affordable housing contribution here in the sense that there should be on 29 properties, we would expect 9 or 10, either low cost affordable housing or some social housing or some sort of mix. And there's nothing here for us in that term. So from a layman's point of view and somebody that lives in the village, let's say, what they will see is some of their green belt taken away, a whole load of housing put on the site, which is not necessarily affordable to the community or parts of the community where they live, and very little contribution directly to affordable housing. I didn't also note that although there's a contribution that they must pay of 133k, there's also they would then be liable for full SIL in that respect. That would be 733k, and I'm sort of like, my maths sort of tells me they probably could have put on a couple of affordable homes in some way, shape or form, if not made some sort of contribution to that, to impact on that lack. So I'm unhappy about the lack of social and affordable housing. I'm mindful I spoke to the officers very briefly, but I'll let them come back and tell us all why we're in that situation. It doesn't seem very good that here we're giving up a lot, and the local community is giving up a lot, and what they're actually getting back in for the people that can't afford things, like some that may come in from other areas. So what is there for the community in that sense? The balance doesn't seem right, and I'm unhappy about it.
Thank you, Councillor Skeets. Thomas, want to come back on any of that?
Yeah, thank you, Chair. Just in terms of the viability, I understand Councillor's concerns on that. Policies within the public local plan and nationally do allow for the consideration of viability evidence where that has been raised by the applicant, and so that is a principle that we have to consider where the applicant has made that case. In this case, the applicant has made a case which has been reviewed in some detail and depth by the district valuer, who has set out their conclusions that they've agreed that the scheme can't viably support an affordable housing contribution that complies with policies through on-site provision, but they have identified that it can support a commuted sum, which has been determined by the viability position. So there would be some degree of benefit in affordable housing contributions in that sense. And the other point, just to mention with SIL is yes, the scheme would be liable to pay its full SIL liability. The council has adopted an exceptional circumstances policy for SIL, which allows that liability to be reduced. But that is only available where the scheme is otherwise policy compliant in terms of affordable housing and other contributions. So the scheme will have to pay the SIL, and there is a community. That would be a benefit in a sense to the community, although SIL is not treated as a material plan consideration as it's a tax effectively. So that is one aspect of it, and yes, that's just a feature of the way that SIL operates.
Okay, Andy, yeah.
May I ask a secondary, please?
Yeah.
The secondary question is, okay, so the developer now has to pay 733,000 in total, or not, or can they wiggle out of it in some way, shape, or form? And why it just doesn't seem logical to me that a developer can have the money to pay 733,000 but can't build some affordable housing because it's not cost effective. Sorry, but it doesn't make logical sense to me. It may be the rules, but I don't like it, and I'm not happy about it. Is there nothing we can do about that?
I think in terms of SIL, that the council has adopted a charging schedule, and the SIL it's enabled it's intended to enable local authorities to deliver infrastructure which supports the development in the area, and that's what's set out in the charging schedule. And unfortunately, the way that SIL operates is that it is a tax on development, which is based on the floor space, and it's not something that, short of changing the scheme to reduce the floor space or providing an otherwise policy compliance scheme that would allow the exceptional circumstances policy to be relied on, that is not something that has to be done at this stage. And you made the point about about the potential for this to change in the future. The contributions would be set out in a legal agreement. There is, I think it's fair to say that there have been instances where legal agreements have been renegotiated at various points, but that would need to be, if that were to come forward, that would need to be based on evidence and evidence of there being a change in circumstances to justify that being considered.
Thank you.
All right, Andy.
Yeah.
Got it. Councillor Brenton.
Yes, thank you. Thank you, Chair. Councillor Brenton, Litchfield and Upton. Okay, I've got quite a few questions. Shall we go through that? Okay. Just looking at the site plan to start with, just assuming everything else is fine, looking at the site plan, it has been pointed out by several people that if you were not living on the site, but wanted to visit somebody, you would walk in through the footpath entrance at what would be the bottom of the diagram, which is the sort of south, the Limekiln Road end, okay? To be faced by 6-foot brick walls. It's not exactly welcoming. And those houses in that corner all face away from the entrance. So again, a little bit off-putting when we're talking about a development which is supposed to benefit a village. It should perhaps feel part of the village rather than an encampment. So I don't like that. Has discussion happened about this, the boundary treatments, which is the phrase. Other one is Flowers Drove, which is the lane just over the hedge, does not have a pavement, a footway, or anything like that. You walk down the middle of the road. All right, it's relatively quiet, but you have the possibility there of a footpath of being able to walk in the bottom of that, walk along the hedge, and out and join Flowers Drove further down, which would actually make it much more usable, much more likely to be kept controlled. It would also add connectivity, which is always, we're trying to get people to walk more and be active more. And bearing in mind that the sign is over to the right, down, you could walk down the lane, through the footpath, onto the lane, round the corner, and you're at the sign. It seems very sad that that wasn't joined up together. Next, the housing mix. I'm sorry, but this application has been lurking in the background for years, ever since the Purbeck Plan was first discussed. The site was allocated then. There has been plenty of time to look at what the housing needs surveys say, what the demand of the village says, things like that. There is a housing shortage in Dorset, particularly in my ward, but it's not a lack of executive 4-bedroom homes. It's of terraces, bungalows, or single-story places for older people to downsize to. It says there's 10 adaptable properties, but they're not actually. It just means they put in a slightly wider door. That's not really what your class is disabled friendly. So I would like to ask whether there has been actual real discussions about the housing mix, seeing we've had plenty of time to discuss this, years and years and years. This isn't a sudden one. Another one which has been raised is, are the chimneys just decorative? They're just plastic bits stuck on the top to make them look like old-fashioned houses, that's a question. The other side of it is, if we're building houses for the future, how many of these have solar panels? How many of these have heat pumps? I didn't find it in the officer report anyway. It has also been mentioned by Wessex Water in particular in other discussions that they would actually much rather that rainwater stayed on the premises it fell on, which means putting rainwater collection tanks under the house's garden rather than having one great big attenuation pond, which tends to then lead to a management company having to look after it all the rest of it. So have there been discussions about that sort of thing? I would like to know the numbers. Thank you very much. Also been pointed out by people who live in other similar developments in the area, that there's sort of hammerheads and such like that just lead to people parking there. So, they can, but it just blocks the place up. So thinking out of the parking could be better. No rainwater use, no parking down there. Management companies is always a bit of an issue. I have to admit, I really haven't a clue about all the nutrient credits and percentages of this, that, and the other. That's not what concerns me so much as whether or not this is a usable development. And then, of course, we come to the great big one, which is the village, as in the parish council, is accepting that this site is going to be built on. It's been in the plan for 10 years, possibly pushing, been discussed, and it's been in the Purbeck Plan officially since 2024. But they assumed they were going to get a benefit. So can you explain what actual benefit comes to the village? Does this money that goes for education go to the local school? Does this money that comes to healthcare come into healthcare provision in the village? Or does it just go into a big pot and then is sent off somewhere else in Dorset because other places in Dorset officially have more deprivation? So it's like, can we actually quantify what benefit the village will get? Thank you.
Alex? Thank you. Perfect. That's your
Great, Thomas.
Okay. Do you, Chair? So there's a few points in there, so I'll try and take them in order, and hopefully I'll pick them all up, but please do shout if I miss anything. In terms of the boundary treatments, I think actually there's a couple here that I'll probably try and bring together the boundary treatments, the hammerhead, the vehicle layout things. Yeah, those two actually, I think they're probably relevant to each other because they are relevant to the constraints of the site in terms of the topography, the changes in levels. There wasn't any pre-application discussion on this application, but through the application process, there were some discussions with the applicant around some of the points around hammerheads and that southwestern corner of the site. And those were raised as concerns, but the applicant has explained that the constraints of the site are such that, for example, providing a circular route through the site to avoid the need for hammerhead turning areas, it wouldn't be practical because of the levels changes, and similarly, the alteration of the southern portion of the site to change orientations would lead to conflicts in other parts of the site. So unfortunately, there needs to be a compromise position chosen, and that is the position that we've landed on. And the assessment is that there's not sufficient issues there with it to justify a refusal of permission. In terms of the access along Flowers Drove and the pavement, again, this was a point of discussion during the application, and the initial submission did include a pedestrian access at the northern edge of the site onto Flowers Drove, which would have allowed for a walking route towards the Sang or for anybody coming from Flowers Drove to walk through the site rather than along the road. Unfortunately, to achieve that and achieve a safe and suitable highways access into the road, it would have required removal of quite a significant amount of the existing hedgerow, which would have had knock-on biodiversity impacts. And the only solution would have been to have a build out into Flowers Drove to provide access. And the view was taken that actually the benefits of providing that in terms of facilitating access to the Sang were not sufficient, because there is an alternative route to the Sang which is arguably preferable, because the alternative route which was shown on the slide, which I'll just flip to, bear with me a second. So yeah, the alternative route to the Sang from the south requires a shorter walk along the road, and it takes in a footpath. This road is partially 30 miles an hour and partially 40 miles an hour speed limit, whereas Flowers Drove is a national speed limit road, much narrower. So given that constraint, it was felt that the need to provide an access into this northern part of the site was not sufficient to insist upon. I don't know if Highways Authority has a highway safety point on that. So no, that's no. Again, with the mix, it's been reviewed in the officer's report, and it is acknowledged that in the officer's assessment there is a conflict of policy in that regard, and that has been afforded weight against the scheme in the planning balance. The view set out in the report is that that's not sufficient to overcome the presumption in favour of sustainable development, and the expectation that planning permission should be granted. What else do we have? Yeah, there's a point on chimneys. We've just checked the plans. We confirm they are intended as they're not functional chimneys, so they are. I can't say whether they're plastic, but I can't say what the materials are, but they're not a functional chimney. They're added to provide character to the development. He also mentioned renewables, and so solar panels and SLC pumps. the sustainability checklist provided does indicate that the scheme will, that the units would have solar panels and air source heat pumps where appropriate. It's also worth noting that while it's separate from planning, the building regulations requirements for that will be shortly increasing to require those provisions as well. Yeah, so yeah, that's, sorry, Water's comments and the rainwater staying the site. The site as a whole has been designed with sustainable drainage systems integrated. While they're not integrated into each individual plot, the design has been worked up based upon an understanding of the hydrology of the area. Soakaway drainage isn't feasible on the site, so the site's hierarchy has been followed to propose a connection to the existing water network via an attenuated outflow. So it is considered that the scheme it provides an appropriate drainage solution. And then in terms of the benefits to the area, the contributions would be intended to schools, etc., would be intended to meet the requirements arising from the development. I can't say precisely what projects they would be contributing to at this stage, but it is determined on what the need is locally. So those contributions are informed by what the local need is within the schools and other areas.
Alex.
Well, it's an answer. It isn't exactly the one that we need, but it's an answer. But it still comes down to what the village has told me, is that they want more affordable homes or the money to be able to get affordable homes. And to be honest, 133,000 ain't going to get them very far, is it? So I have to admit, I am really not happy with this. Even though you understand, I understand that it ticks the boxes, but I am worried, partly on the village side of it, because I get a certain amount of feedback, and also the business of homes for the future. I am worried about that. We're saying that we'll put the water into the ditches. Well, that isn't exactly reusing rainwater, and reusing rainwater in the properties would have been a much bigger tick in favour. Everything's on a balance, I accept, but if these were cutting edge houses for the next 20 years, no problems, air source heat pumps that can also be reversible and give them air conditioning in the summer and heat in the winter, all that sort of thing would have put it in favour. At the moment, I am still sitting on the fence. I also, the footpath thing is, yes, if the sign was only for the Flowers Drove development, that's one thing. But I know, Richard, and there are lots of footpaths, and what they like to do is a circular walk. So you could walk out past Linden Cottage to the Sang, back via Flowers Drove and back in. That would be a much better morning walk for the dog. And that would also link in with other people in the village who do this circular walk down Flowers Drove and round. So it could be so much better.
Thank you, Alex. Things, I guess, can be better.
Should be better.
Well, indeed, should be better. And hopefully the new local plan will start to address some of these things and give us teeth to make some of this happen. But currently, I'm not sure we actually have the policy to actually force some of this. But I've got a question of my own, which is fine rural tradition. There'll be a hole in the hedge About 6 months of the thing being built. So where people are going to walk through and just make their own entrance at the northern end. It happens everywhere. But all right, Scott, all right, Councillor Porrick.
Thank you, Chair. Scott Horfman. On slide number 37, just a clarification. Could you just remind me on the development to the south at Blaney Corner where the entrance to that development would be?
Yeah, it'd be roughly where I'm indicating here. I don't have a plan to hand for it, but it's roughly in that location.
And there's not going to be a crossing there.
Well, there would be a crossing here with where the green is indicated. So there's not an additional crossing, but like correct.
I was just concerned with road movements. If you're going to come to a pedestrian crossing, stop, move just a little bit further down the road, have to stop again. That wouldn't make much sense, but that's fine. Thank you.
Just a quick one, seeing Councillor Porrick has raised it. This is a 30-mile-an-hour road, turning into 40 on Wimborne Road. It is the entrance to the village from the east, the larger entrance. Why won't highways support a proper pedestrian crossing, a zebra crossing, or a controlled crossing? Because as far as I can hear, they just seem to be lowered curbs, which indicates, oh, you could cross here, but oh, the cars will run you down. There's nothing to actually make the cars slow down, I believe, unless I'm wrong. Sorry.
Thomas.
Thank you. The position from highways is that a control crossing isn't required or justified in this location, but I have some from the Highways Authority here, so I don't know if you might to add anything more.
Highways.
Thank you, Chair. No, in this location, for the demand for the pedestrians and the level of traffic, it doesn't meet the tests to justify a, as you put it, proper crossing in this location.
Thanks. I did have a question for highways myself as well, which is basically Flowers Drive is unrestricted, and yet there are now going to be more potential, especially when they put a hole in the hedge. Yeah, there's going to be more people walking up and down, and there are several houses up there. Is it not able to be a 40-mile or a 30-mile stretch?
Reduce speed and
Sorry, Chair. The most likely desire lines from the site are down towards the village into the facilities, and the existing routes along Flowers Drive are commensurate with the characteristics. It's unlikely that the any change in pedestrian use along there will be significant, and therefore it's deemed acceptable in its current form.
Okay, thank you. Ray, did you?
Yes, thank you, Chair. Councillor Ray Bryan, representing the beautiful area of St Leonard's and St Ives. Very hot and sunny there at the moment. One of the things I always find quite interesting when we get a reasonable sized development is that we don't look at ways in which we can retain the water and then use it on gardens, etc. We have to move in this direction at some stage because we waste water and it's a resource that needs looking at. I do wonder whether the developer would consider the possibility of us being able to use the water retention area to then go back into the estate, which would take pressure off the normal sort of flow of water. And I'll raise one point because, as an aside, one of the difficulties highways have, and I've spent a few years with them recently, is that they're governed by DFT rules, and they set the parameters, not the council. So we have to comply with the DFT rules when it looks for common sense. There's a conversation for the future. Yeah, I just wonder whether the developer, I mean, obviously he can't answer it, but I'd ask him to look at the possibility of utilising that water rather than it just being flowing away somewhere. Thank you.
Thank you, Ray. Do you want to come back on that, Thomas? And response to that twice?
Yeah, I can say through you, Chair, we do have a condition requiring full details of surface water management to be submitted and approved. And if members are minded to, we could include an important note to encourage the applicant to include water butts, for example, or other water retention measures as part of the surface water drainage management of the site.
Right. Yeah.
Yeah, if you just come in on that, my thought was that we're holding water further down the site. The site is built on a downward flow. We don't want that to become a flood area. And it's whether the developer would consider putting in a facility that would actually pump that water back up to the houses. I've seen it done elsewhere, so it's whether they would consider it.
That's right. The difficulty I think we have is that no application is perfect. And what we need to do is what's the phrase? Don't let perfect be the enemy of the good. However, it's just as well I think we've got portfolio holding here, because some of these ideas I hope will find their way into the local plan in due course. We've got Scott next.
It's going on out there.
Yeah.
I think a heavy cop.
Okay.
Thank you, Councillor Sari House, representing Corfmallen Ward, jewel in the crown of Dorset, of course. Whilst we haven't any detail, I wonder if I could ask the officer. I understand and seen quite a lot of Wyatt's developments and how conscientious they are on the appearance and build quality. As I understand it, they use a fiberglass for chimneys. It's GRP, which is, although it has plastic in the name, it's not quite the same as the plastic that we think of disappearing into the oceans. Does the officer have any belief that they would depart from their usual practice of using that material on this site? And does the officer or highways agree that should there be a request for a change in the speed limit on any of the surrounding roads, that's something that could be taken up by the parish or town council?
Yeah, any response to that, Thomas?
Future, in terms of the chimneys, I don't really have anything I can offer on that. I can't really comment either way as to whether they would be constructing them traditionally out of brick or being used preformed units. In terms of the highways speed limit question, I think it'd probably be best for me to defer to the Highways Authority on that point.
Highways.
Thank you, Chair. Parish council can request a speed limit change at any point. It's a process that is entirely separate from planning.
Thank you. That you add something?
Yes.
Councillor Morgan, David.
Yeah, Councillor David Morgan from Wimborne, which is one of the beauty spots of the area, despite Corfmore. Just pointing out about the imitation chimneys is a very large development, which some of you may know, which is all down by the river. Every chimney on that is not real, but it looks good.
Yeah, it does.
You wouldn't know, but we watched them lift them up when they were building it and screw it to the whatever it was. So yeah, they are quite effective. Yeah, it's a pity that this may stand or fall on the affordable housing. I think this is basically what we're looking at. And that's a difficult one to decide on the applications.
Am I saying a response or
No.
right? And Duncan.
Thank you, David Sammy House, still within the jewel of Dorset Cliff-Mullen. I think the issue of affordability is something that we feel very much in Cliff-Mullen. We have the highest demographic of young families and children in the Dorset Council area, and getting those people onto the housing market can be really tricky. However, I think the report has been very clear about viability, and whether this should, as Councillor Morgan said, stand or fall, is not so much for our opinion as to be evidence in the viability test. And I'd have to remind members that should this end up at appeal, having not been granted, then I think the evidence of viability is very clear, and I think the applicant would be successful at appeal. So that's a risk that the committee needs to consider, and what its appetite for that risk is. Sometimes I think viability can be a little bit unclear, but I think it's extremely clear in this case, and I probably will be supporting this application.
Thank you, Duncan. I would simply ask, my own question is, my assumption is that the affordable housing and the reduction of the lack of it is all policy compliant and is supported by Dorset Council's own policies. Is that correct?
But yes, Chair. So the policies do allow for viability to be taken into consideration as part of the application. So we followed the process that is set out within the policy. There is not a conflict with the policy in that regard.
Thank you. Any further questions, comments? Or then, Councillor Skicks.
Because there's a way of developing or doing something, surely doesn't override the principle and the rules in which we apply and what we wish to have for affordable housing. If it was the case that the developer can always just make a case and we accept that case, the policy that we hold, which in this case would have given us 10, I think 9 or 10 low cost rented or affordable housing in that particular scheme. Forgive me, but I find it hard to feel sorry for the developer. I'm feeling more inclined to think towards the community that have now given up Greenbelt. We've allowed under our own policies, and I know our team have done due diligence in going through all the rules and more than just ticking boxes. They've looked at the case. I'm happy that that's happened, but I'm really unhappy that I'm guided, almost guided by the vice chair to go for it when I don't want to, and I find it difficult. I find this decision quite difficult, and I don't think that. Honestly, I just don't think I can support it. But I'll leave that to my colleagues to decide what they think.
Thank you, Andy. Alex?
Thank you, Shirley. Thank you for letting me come back. I am the ward member for this area. I hear what the people in the village say. And I'll know that what I'm going to say will be classed as well. That's not to do with this case. But it's a village which has grown a lot in my lifetime, massively in the last 15 years. I am older than 50. And we have applications from this developer who is well respected and liked in the area for the quality of the houses that are produced. But we have applications here for 150 houses, 95 down one road, Blaney's Corner, which we dealt with last month, and these. And that's just it. It is a very easy place to build houses. It's not that far from Poole. It ticks the boxes. But the village is more than just a collection of cul-de-sacs. And they have to think what is going to happen to their village if people who cannot afford to buy a house can't live there. I know these will sell, but at the same time, they won't sell as well as the developer seems to think. There are an awful lot of houses at the moment not selling in Dorset. They tend to be the bigger ones. They tend to be the 4 bedrooms. They tend not to be the starter homes, which do sell. So I think we are just in danger of allowing another application to be accepted, which doesn't get built out until the economy builds up again. So just sit there on the books. And the other thing is that I thought, I might have misremembered, that housing regulations, the new housing regulations, only apply if a planning application has come in after a certain date. If one gives if one gives permission, then some time ago, and the regulations change, they can't apply those ones. So I feel we're in danger of allowing housing to happen, which is not suitable for the village now and isn't suitable for the next 20 years. So I'm afraid that I can't support it.
Thanks, Alex. Officers, you want to respond?
Good morning. I'd just like to remind all members, and I know it's frustrating for you, and I know it's not the scheme that you would desire, but we have a lack of housing at the moment. We have to be able to say that the harm that is arising will significantly and demonstrably outweigh the benefits of providing housing for our very low amount of private housing land supply at the moment. So I probably am just repeating what Councillor Sari has said, but we are in unusual territory where we have an application which officers are judged to be in accordance with the strategic policy that identified this land for development, and therefore you need to have an argument that significantly and demonstrably outweighs the benefit. Thank you.
Thank you, Liz. Is that hand up? No? Mr. Morgan.
Yeah, still Councillor Morgan, still from Wimborne. This is a difficult one, as we've said. My inclination, weighing up the circumstances, or again would be perhaps the lack of affordable homes, but we do need homes, and I'm inclined therefore to that Duncan has proposed, and I'm prepared to second it.
Is that a proposal?
Okay, thank you. Duncan.
Thank you, Councillor Sarryhouse. Still Corfmullen admiring the view of Wimborne.
Agreed.
Yeah, now we can get across the bridge. I think maybe I can make this a little bit easier for members. We all appreciate the benefit and the need, as I highlighted, for affordable housing, and we all listen to our residents, and that's one of the most important parts of our role, is living within our wards and listening to the people within our wards. However, those feelings are opinions. They're opinions. And what we're doing here is we're weighing up those opinions and the recommendation and the application within the context of the National Planning Policy Framework. That's set by government. So whether communities give up some of their green belt, this is a political choice. And that's where we're sat now, not able to change that political choice that's been made, but to work within that framework. And that may be a conversation that needs to be had with residents when they recognise development that they wouldn't necessarily see benefiting them. However, having looked through the contributions that this site is making through the SIL to education and all sorts, it's significant. And I hear what Councillor Skeet says, that upwards of £700,000 contribution plus the 133, we can all feel that that might have been better spent elsewhere. But what we don't get is both. And this application is policy compliant. There are significant contributions being made to the community, albeit not necessarily the one that we would most appreciate. But education, footpaths, everything that's included within that SIL is also important to our residents. And so I'm happy to come forward with a proposal that we accept this application and grant it as per the officer recommendation.
Thank you, Duncan. Do we have a seconder for that proposal?
Second.
David?
Yes, thank you, Mr. Chairman. I thought I had seconded.
Yeah, you seconded it before it was made.
He thought it was.
Oh, right. No, I thought that had been forward. My apologies, but I'm still seconding.
Very well.
Whatever it is.
Very welcome to. So if we've got a proposal, it's been seconded. Unless anyone's got anything fresh to add to the debate, we'll take a vote. All those in favour, please show. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. All those against? 2. I'll make that 5-2, including myself. Yes, yeah. You did raise against it, yes. Yeah. Okay, so if that's 5-2, then it means It's carried. So P full 2025 03733 land at Flowers Grove at Travers is approved as per the officer recommendation. Thank you. It's now 11:30. I'm proposing a short conference break while people have a drink of water, have a little bit of fresh air, whatever they need. But probably about five. Say back in 22 we can. Right, we're moving to item number 6, which is P full 2025-07220 Forge Hall, Dorchester Road, Litchett Minster, represented by James Brightman. Thank you, James.
Thank you, Chair. This application is for the demolition of an existing building or buildings and erection of 4 dwellings, including associated landscaping. The application is before the planning committee at the request of the chair. The site fronts onto Dorchester Road and is approximately 100 metres to the west of the St Peter's Finger Public House here. It's next to a dwelling known as Gavity here and backs onto 1 Forge Close. The lawful use of the site is considered to be commercial. It's understood not to have been used for around 10 years. These are some photos of the site's context. This top photograph is from the road, Dorchester Road. Forge Hall is this building here, and this building is the old Forge, and this dwelling is called Gavity, with one Forge close behind. Coming round towards the access of the proposed site, you can see Gavity here with a first floor window there and a boundary fence. Then moving to the middle of the site, see 1 Forge close at the rear there. These are the survey drawings just to show members what is currently on the site, with the forge at the top and the Forge Hall at the top and the forge at the bottom. The buildings on the site are to be demolished and the site cleared to make way for 2 pairs of 2-storey houses, semi-detached. There are 3 2-bedrooms and 1 3-bedroom house proposed. On-site parking is shown at the rear with 2 allocated spaces per dwelling. The design will be traditional and modest-sized 2-storey houses, with the first floor accommodation provided partly in the roof, which will reduce the massing of the buildings. In terms of materials, the walls will be red brick with clay ridge tiles, and we have the chimneys are shown. Door windows will have lead roofs and cheeks, and the windows will have timber frames. Eaves will be exposed black painted rafter feet. The dwelling nearest to Gavity at plot 1 will have a single-storey rear projection here, and this elevation here is the outlook or the view from Gavity onto the plot 1. The principle of the development is acceptable, as the proposal is considered to be high quality and small scale. The site is in a small village in the settlement hierarchy, accords with local plan policy V1. The proposal also accords with local plan policy H2, which is the housing land supply, as the site is in a settlement where access to services can be by public transport, bicycle and on foot. The site is in a conservation area, the majority of it. You can see the purple shades conservation area. And the Forge Hall is considered to be a non-designated heritage asset, but is not listed. The council's conservation officer made that judgment based on the required criteria. There's a Grade 2 listed building at 60 Dorchester Road across the road to the southeast, shown by the yellow star. The hall has some historical local value as a war homecoming gift from the Lord of the Manor. Its demolition is considered to result in less than substantial harm to the conservation area, which is a designated heritage asset. Structural survey has been submitted, which advises that due to significant structural defects, the existing building is beyond Forge Hall, is beyond its useful design life, recommends that it's demolished. On this basis, officers consider it's not a viable option to convert the building. Officers also consider the scale of the loss of the non-designated heritage assets is not significant, given the modest size of the hall, its poor structural condition, and the loss of the significance of the heritage asset, and the loss of the significance of the heritage asset would be outweighed by the proposal of 4 new dwellings of high quality appearance to add to the council's 5-year housing supply, and the scheme would enhance this part of the conservation area.
terms of the impact on the amenity of the occupants of the neighbouring properties, plot 1 is nearest Gavity, and the east elevation of Gavity, which is this one here, would face the side elevation of plot 1. Two-storey section of Gavity faces the existing single-storey building to be demolished. So Gavity here, as you can see, the two main 2 stories are split, and there's a projection at the front. The projection at the front is shown here, with a 2-storey bit of the proposed houses opposite the single-storey, and the window in Gavity looking into the single-storey element at the back. Gavity already looks onto the old forge building and the boundary fence, so the outlook is more limited than maybe normally. There's already some impact on the outlook from this property and light to the windows of this property. The rear-facing windows in plots 1 and 2, which are here, will have high-level roof lights, high sills, and one of those will serve a bedroom, which is this larger one here, and the rest bathrooms and hallways, which aren't principal rooms. And on this basis, there'll be no harmful overlooking of adjacent dwellings from those buildings. The rear-facing windows in plots 3 and 4 are approximately 17 metres from the boundary with forge close at this site here. And the distance and the relationship, this sort of separation, is considered acceptable and would not result in any harmful impact on the occupants of one forge close. These are floor plans of Gavity, so showing members the arrangement of the rooms. So Gavity has 3 ground floor windows here. There's a kitchen window, this one, and there's a utility here, and a window to the living room here. You can see there's a large French door to the living room on the other side, on the west, and the kitchen window is the sole window. And going up to the first floor, we have bedroom, and the window looking over the site is this one, and there's a high-level roof light at the back. This drawing shows the proposed relationship between plot 1 and Gavity. So the view here is looking directly from the rear. The cross section is Gavity. Dashed outline is the existing forge building. But you can see how much lower the proposed single-storey rear element would be. 2-storey element will be sited away from that first floor window, and will take the massing of the dwelling away from the outlook from this first floor window. Rear projection has a lower ridge than the existing building, in a similar position, and officers consider that this impact from the new dwelling on the outlook from and light to the east-facing windows of Gavity on the ground floor and first floor would not be harmful to the amenity of the occupants of Gavity. It's accepted there will be some impact on the outlook to the ground floor, kitchen, utility, and secondary windows to the lounge. But again, this is not considered harmful given the existing outlook onto a fence and the existing building at the forge. Additionally, the utility room is not a principal room, and the lounge has an additional larger window on the opposite side of that room. So the separation distances, this just sets out what distances we have. These sort of relationships officers consider with the scale and massing of the building, then reduced scale back for the projection would not allow the building to have any harmful impacts on the amenity of the adjacent dwellings. In terms of living conditions that the proposal would offer to potential occupants, habitable rooms will have windows will have windows, but only WCs and ensuite bathrooms will not have windows. Light to an outlook from proposed windows would allow acceptable living conditions for occupants of proposed dwellings. The impact on the character and appearance of the area. The traditional design of the buildings is considered to be a right approach here, with red brick walls and clay tiled roofs, with eaves detailing having exposed rafter feet and the first floor partly within the roof. Chimneys are here, and they also have the lead for the roofs and the cheeks of the door windows, and painted timber windows, and all those materials of detailing considered acceptable and enhance that part of the conservation area. The ridges of the proposed dwellings are marginally higher than Gavity here, and the hipped roof design and the modest depth and massing will allow an acceptable appearance in the street scene. Dwellings will be set back a similar distance to gravity in the street on Dorchester Road, but sit comfortably in that street scene and contribute to the character and appearance of the area and enhance the visual amenities of the site. And on this basis, officers consider the proposal complies with local plan policy E12, which is design. The impact on highway safety, 2 spaces per dwelling proposed. On site, the access will be formed here onto the highway. During the application, the access is widened to be 5 metres to allow 2 vehicles to park. And on this basis, our highways officers are content with the scheme as they are with the parking provisions. And in this respect, the proposal complies with local plan policy I2, which is improving accessibility and transport. Ecology, an ecological impact assessment supports the proposal. Also, that included a preliminary route assessment for bats and bat survey. They've identified the areas being used by common and widespread bat species. Bats emergent survey was carried out, and that confirmed no bats were recorded using the existing buildings, and no bat roosts are present within the site. The ecology report recommended mitigation measures to include sensitive lighting, tree protection plan, and avoiding works in the bird nesting season, which are to be implemented and have been approved by the Council's Natural Environment team. And a condition is imposed, suggested to require the development to be undertaken in accordance with the biodiversity mitigation and enhancement measures set out in the ecology report. And on this basis, the proposal accords with the Council's local plan policy E10, biodiversity and geodiversity. Here we can see the biodiversity enhancement measures within the scheme. We can read it. We've got bat boxes, integrated bat boxes, integrated swift bricks and V bricks, and retained hedgerow within the site. Also with holes in the garden fencing between houses to allow hedgehogs to move between the site and other adjacent land. The site is in the Poole Harbour catchment and also Dorset Heathlands zone, and the Council has undertaken an appropriate assessment under the habitats regulations and concluded the proposal would not have an adverse impact on Poole Harbour with the required mitigation in place, and also with the required mitigation for the Dorset Heathlands. In terms of contamination, concerns have been raised about asbestos at the site, potential of. The application includes a phase 1 desk study contamination report, and that advises that asbestos could well be present on the site. To address the finding of asbestos or other contaminants on the site, a pre-commencement condition is suggested to require a site investigation report, detailed scheme for remedial works of any pollution, and monitoring and maintenance scheme to be submitted to and approved by the local planning authority. Drainage, the site is not shown to be at a high risk of flooding, but the applicants have put in a conceptual infiltration drainage plan, and they want to do soakaways with an attenuation tank. But if it proves that they can't have attenuate all the water on the site, they will release it into a private surface water sewer at the rear of the site. And that would demonstrate a viable and deliverable surface water drainage scheme and accords with local plan policy E5, sustainable drainage systems. The proposal would provide 4 additional dwellings of an appropriate scale and design in a sustainable location. No harmful impacts have been identified to heritage assets, the amenity of occupants of adjacent dwellings, living conditions of future residents, the character of the area, ecology or the Dorset Heathlands and Poole Harbour. The development is considered to be acceptable and to comply with the development plan as a whole, and officers recommend that permission be granted subject to the conditions in the officer's report, a summary of which are included here. Thank you, Chair.
Thank you, James. We have 3 public speakers on this. The first one on the list I've got is Claire Leeds. take a seat there. It's the right-hand button at the bottom to turn the microphone on. That's it. You have 3 minutes from when you start. Councillor Sally House will give you a heads up at 30 seconds left. Okay.
Thank you. Well, my name is Claire Lees, as you all now know. I represent the Lees family who own half of the plot, the half where the workshop is next to Gavity. And my friend Julian Smith is here, and he represents the Tewson family who own the Forge Hall side of it. So this is a joint project, and I'm mentioning this here because when it's a joint project, you really do make sure you don't do anything to queer the pitch for the other person you're working jointly with. And so from the very outset, both of us have been very conscientious to do this entirely correctly. And to that end, we employed a very good set of architects, Western Design architects, to promote this plan for us. And they have guided us all the way as to the design and the, what do you call it, the amount of buildings that are on the plot, number of buildings on the plot. And we have followed all their advice throughout the whole thing to make sure we produce a high quality design. And that's why Julian and I are here today, is because we do take this very seriously. We've monitored this whole proposal from start to hopefully what is now the finish. And we've accepted advice all along the line. We haven't tried to push the envelope in any way, shape or form. And we hope that we have also addressed some of the heritage concerns when the designs were made, and that there's a nod to the old Forge Hall within these designs, and that we produced a good design that will improve the site from a building that's falling down, that is now commercially useless, to something that will provide housing for all people. I think I'm going to be in here under 3 minutes, because the last thing I wish to say is that Litchfield Minster is a wonderful, beautiful place. The wonderful thing about Litchfield Minster, apart from beauty and so on, is it has Dorset's second largest secondary school within 500 metres of these houses. That is a huge thing for people who want to move within walking distance from a school. Opposite these houses is the local community and rugby club, so sporting facilities opposite. Within the village, there is the courtyard centre, which is providing employment for many people and business opportunities. And also there is a bus stop in both directions, east and west, with buses every hour. You could not get a more sustainable location than Litchfield Minster. And you can walk into Upton, which is the perfect second largest town. So there is so much to commend this. So I really do commend this site to you all. Thank you very much.
Thank you. The next speaker I've got is Julian Smith.
Chair, committee and officers, I'm here to commend this development. We have spent the last year and a half working on a suitable scheme. We initially looked at the site with the expectation of getting 5 properties on the site. We looked at a terrace backing onto Gavity, but then it was pointed out that the window on the gable of Gavity was going to preclude that. Obviously, Gavity was extended in recent years upwards, and that window was installed in the gable, so it's not something that's there since construction. We then took advice. We had 2 consultations with James through our design team, and we came up with a solution that now gives us the 4 properties on the site. There's been a lot of conversation with regard to the Forge Hall. The Forge Hall was bought by my father-in-law over 60 years ago. At that time, it had started to deteriorate, and a new hall was provided at St Dunstan's. In the 60 years my father-in-law's had it, when they got it, someone had stolen the lead off the dormers, which all those large windows started to rot. The floor was rotten, so replaced with concrete slab. About 3-4 years ago, we tried some roof repairs, put scaffolding up, but it's when we got up there, it was evident that the elevation to Old Forge Close Road had sagged, and there was a 100 mm gap between two layers of tiles. We tried to repair it. The water is now pouring in. The building's unoccupied, unlettable, unsavable, and our proposal is to seek its demolition and replacement housing. I have nothing else to add.
Thank you. And the final speaker on this is Emma Hall.
Hi, thank you for allowing me to speak today. My name is Emma Hall and I'm the owner and resident of Gavity, the property adjacent to the proposed site. Let me be clear, I don't object to the principle of development on this site. My opposition is based on the fact that the proposal as it stands represents an unacceptable impact to the neighbouring properties, including my own. This is mainly because of loss of light and overshadowing, loss of privacy through overlooking, and the overbearing impact and loss of outlet. So loss of light and overshadowing. Firstly, the proposal introduces a larger building closer to my home. The existing building adjacent to my boundary is single-storey and stepped back within the site. Its front elevation is positioned approximately in line with the centre of my property and windows. The proposed development replaces this with a substantially larger two-storey property, which is brought significantly forward on the plot and slightly closer to the boundary. The proposed two-storey front elevation is in line with the front of my single-storey converted garage. This change is important because it moves a much larger building directly into the outlet from my principal living space and increases both the scale and proximity of the proposed building adjacent to my property. The proposal fails recognised BRE daylight assessment guidance. The submitted plans reach both the 25-degree and 45-degree horizontal degree daylight assessment test when measured from the existing ground floor window. The documentation on what you've heard today refers to this as a kitchen window. This is incorrect. As can be seen from the plans that you've seen on screen and on the planning portal, this window shows a large open plan room, which is the principal living space within my home. It's the space where we as a family spend the majority of our time cooking, eating, sitting, playing games and spending time with one another. It's a habitable room that should be protected under established planning guidance. The fact that the proposal fails both recognised daylight tests is a strong indication that it would have an unacceptable impact on daylight, sunlight and outlook to one of the important rooms of my home. Because the dwelling is both taller and significantly further forward than the existing building, it may also breach the 45-degree angle assessment from the bedroom room that you've seen today. I would ask the committee to ensure that any proposal complies with recognised daylight standards before granting planning permission. The impact extends beyond the house itself. The increased height, mass and forward position will also cast shadow over my garden. I'm also concerned about the overlooking and loss of privacy, but the what you said earlier about the 1.75 sill height should prevent that. My third concern is the overall visual overbearing impact of the development. The proposal represents a substantial increase in terms of scale and intensity. The site currently contains a single-storey, non-residential building adjacent to my boundary. The proposal will add 4 residential two-storey houses, which represents a substantial increase in both build form and intensity. The existing building is set back from the road and is currently unobtrusive when viewed from my property.
Are you wrapping up now?
I am. Thank you.
Thank you. James, do you have any responses to anything that's been said?
Oh, thank you, Chair. I appreciate the points the residents made there. Officers have looked at this when doing the pre-application advice on the site and tried to guide the applicants to a suitable scheme to address the impact on those windows. So this is why we've arrived at this scheme with the lower, in terms of the actual bedroom window on the first floor. There are 2 windows to that bedroom. One is at the back on a high level roof light, and this is this one here. But the sort of solution we thought was to have a smaller rear single-storey element that would then not adversely impact on the outlook from the window. Although you'd see the top of the roof, it wouldn't be too much different to what you've already got, and maybe better because you've got less of a ridge height in terms of that direct view out of that window, which is here. Admitted there'll be some impact on outlook from the two-storey project bit of the design. If you're looking to the right out of the window, so to speak, but in terms of balancing up the harm, just consider that wasn't significant enough to warrant a recommendation to refuse. The ground floor windows, again, it's in Gavity. There's a kitchen window that faces there, and it is an open plan space, so the kitchen part has a window just here which will be affected. Then there's a utility, but the lounge part where you sit, the seated part has a pair of French doors. There's also a large window in the living area. So as a single room, that officers consider that there are alternative outlooks, and the impact will not significantly harm the general enjoyment of that room because it is one big room. It's not just a single kitchen. I would add that there's already an outlook onto a fence of close proximity there, which isn't the best outlook. And there is the building beyond at the old forge itself. So we're saying there will be an impact on those windows, but it's not significant enough. In terms of the tests, the applicant submitted this plan, this cross section, where we have the 45-degree rule there, or the angle with the light coming out there, so it shows just crops the eaves of the proposed two-storey, but absolutely fine with the single-storey. So we officers consider we have had the required information to be able to make that assessment, coupled with a site visit, to say actually there is some harm, but it's not demonstrably harmful. Thank you, Chair.
Thank you, James. So, committee, do you have any questions from Councillor Skeets?
Andy Skeets from Westmoreland, Three-Legged Cross. Heritage building. Somebody at some point or along the line has considered this worth protecting by a designation of heritage building. So can we have a reasoning as to, I know it's not the best building, it's not in the best condition that's been described. What we don't know, of course, is what it was like and maybe the present owner owned it in the first, and whether it has been just left to go. We've got his word, but that is what we would be basing a judgment on. But in terms of heritage asset, are you quite satisfied that the loss of this would not detract from the reasoning why it was put in to be a heritage property in the first place? And the second question I've got is about the roof height. You said, I've forgotten the words you used, but you didn't use a specific measurement between the pitch of the new building and the lady's building character. Is it? You didn't actually tell me what the distance was between the two. You said it wasn't that significant in implication, but yeah, thank you.
Through you, Chair. To answer the first question about the heritage, our conservation officer has looked at this at pre-application stage and this stage, and she deemed it to be the Forge Hall as a non-designated heritage asset. So it's not listed, it's not designated, but it's still non-designated, which has some importance. The reason for that is it had some relevance to the Bourne War, and also it's mentioned in the conservation area appraisal. Having been to the site with pre-app and looked in the building, and looked outside the building, the condition of it, it was agreed that it's in a very poor state of repair. It would take a lot to get back into any sort of conditions to be converted. And that this scheme, which was resulting from advice, is pretty much the same. The actual design quality of it, materials, the way it's been sits in the street would make up for the impact on the loss of that heritage asset, that non-designated heritage asset. To answer your first question, so go on to the next one then.
That answers my question, but of course, in the knowledge that all of us know that over the parish and town councils of Dorset in the last 2 years, we've actually promoted the the use of heritage house in communities, and we've asked the districts and town councils to identify properties which would be reasonably protected by that status. Although it's not listed and it's not as anywhere near as intensive as listing, we've actually gone out to do that. And I'm just a bit surprised that if that's happened, why hasn't the heritage been taken off at that stage? It seems a bit odd.
Through you, Chair.
Yeah.
I mean, there is a local list, locally important buildings are noted, but I think the council's conservation officers are doing that at the moment, but this hasn't yet gone on a local list. We may not, but we haven't actually got a local list of locally important buildings, not heritage assets, but locally important. Well, this one isn't. We got this? But I know that conservation officers in the council are updating it. Maybe they're updating that list. That's the point. In terms of the second question, the distance, presumably this is this sort of relationship, councillor. You see my this relationship here. This cavity is on the left, and the height difference. The distance between the walls is 1.75 meters from memory. 1.7. They're in region of 1.65, 1.7. That's the 2 stories of a single story building there. But I'm not sure the height difference. I've got a plan in front of me to say that, but it's 20, 30 centimeters.
I've forgotten the words you used, James. You weren't specific, and that's why I asked the question.
My view's marginally higher,
or something like that. Yeah,
something like that. But it's not significant. It's not significantly higher, as you can see. That's the beauty of the scale cross section. You don't have to guess it. It's this is.
Forgive me. The engineer tells me to always check the detail, but yeah, I take your word. Okay.
Thank you. Councillor Forrest, stop.
Thank you, Chair. Scott Mullen. This site's been described as being in a conservation area, and we have, in the last meeting, we also had another development that was in a conservation area. What weight, if any, is given to that fact? Do we not approve something because it's in a conservation area? And what weight is given? And if we do, how do we get around that it's in a conservation area?
Through you, Chairman. Yes, conservation areas, it's important to keep the heritage assets. Conservation areas are designated heritage assets. And within conservation areas, you may have listed buildings, you may have buildings that aren't listed, and you may have non-designated heritage assets, such as on this site. So it's the balance of harm, is the harm significant from the impact on heritage assets. So in this case, we've got loss of a non-designated heritage asset and impact on the conservation area from that. And officers consider that in balancing up the harm isn't substantial. The harm's not substantial. And the scheme is appropriate for the context, so it will enhance the appearance of conservation area, and that will be the policy. And then that's how we arrived at our recommendation.
Yeah. Councillor, yeah. Alex, Councillor Brenton.
Councillor Brenton, Litchett and Upton. Again, this one, Litchett Minster is on my ward. I know this corner well, having driven around it, trying not to speed very often. What would be useful, though I suppose you haven't got any, is a couple of pictures of other properties sort of in the area to give you a sense of the conservation area. I know there's a very pretty thatched property sort of over the other side of Forge Close and the other side of the road as well. And the pub's quite attractive. But round the corner, there are red brick, I suppose, estate houses, older houses, which I think is more the picture of the Chipminster you get as you go through. And these proposals aren't bad. I mean, they're not the same, but they're very much in that style. So I can see that this would fit into the rest of the road style. Gavity is quite modern, and the one next door to it's quite modern. But you know, as you come in round the corner, you would get a feeling of continuity, I suppose. Rather sad about Forge Hall, because although it may be falling down, it has been a significant landmark as you go down the road there, and it is rather sad to see it sort of falling down and decaying. And I think if something is falling down and decaying, perhaps one ought to think again. So long as the new properties fit into the sort of atmosphere of the conservation area, there's not a problem, I don't think. I've got one question, which is, who's going to own the courtyard driveway in? Is that sort of shared ownership between, or is it proposed to be shared ownership between the 4 properties? I assume these are market properties which are going to be sold, so therefore there'll have to be a divvying up of the access. That would be one I'd like to just have clarified. Otherwise, the issue is, as Mrs. Hall has just said, that element of massed bulk just through the fence. On the picture on the slide 13, if you can go back to slide 13, it does show a fence with concrete gravel boards and timber fence. Whose fence is that? Does it belong to Gavity or the other side? Because it looks as though the posts are on the Forge side, and usually the ownership of a fence tends to be the side that the posts are, but that's just habit. How tall is that? Is that 1.8? And what is the upright wall height of the extension? Well, the first floor area that goes that way. Are they similar or much bigger? There isn't a key. Oh, there's 1.8 there. So the wall height of the first single-story extension is approximately 1.8. Is taller on this, assuming this is to scale, it is taller than the fence. Is that right?
Through you, Chair, we focus on that one now. I'm getting lost in the questions, but the height, the boundary fence is 1.8 metres. The eaves height of the proposed rear single-story projection is 2.6 metres, and the eaves height for the main dwelling, 2 stories, 4.5 metres. So they are quite low as it goes.
Thank you.
Shall I answer your other questions?
Please.
They were mostly, you didn't have any pictures of the rest of the street.
I'm afraid not, no.
That would have just helped to sort of settle how it would fit in, that's all.
That's okay. The ownership of the courtyard area and who's going to control that would be a private matter. I'm afraid it's not one we deal with as planners. But we planners will have a condition, suggested condition to control landscaping, which will add access to the control of that vision of that in perpetuity in terms of the space to turn the car and have a suitable access. But the maintenance and how that works is down to whoever lives in those properties. Is that those ones I've got? Is that, have I missed any?
Yes, I was just waffling.
That's okay. So thank you.
So that's you're okay with those answers.
I've raised what I wanted to raise.
Okay. And do we have any further questions or comments? In which case, does anybody want to make a proposal?
Yeah, well,
Thank you, Duncan.
so I'm content. Sorry. Access area has caught on. I'm content to propose that this be granted. I think it's a good use of the site. It has become rather tatty, and I can understand why both owners want to progress this to tidy it up and add some additional living space to Litchett. So on that basis, I'm content to propose grant as per the officer recommendation.
Thank you. Do we have a second there? Councillor Morgan.
Yeah, thank you, Mr. Chairman. It's Councillor Morgan from Wimborne. I believe now that my friend over there has actually made a proposal this time, which I would like to second. I mean, I know Litchett Minster, and I think this would be a benefit. It's a pity about the hall. Halls are all right, but if they fall into that category of almost ruin, it's a question of who's going to pay for the restoration of it. So I think I agree with what has been said with my friend, and I will second the proposal.
Thank you, Councillor Morgan. Anybody else wish to say anything, or no? In which case we'll take a vote. So all those in favour of accepting as per the recommendation, please raise your hand. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 8. All those against? And any abstentions? 6 for, no one against, 1 abstention. It means that P4 2025-07220, 44 Dorchester Road, Minster, PH16 6HT, that is approved as per officer recommendation. Thank you. It is now coming up to 12:30. We are time limited to 1 o'clock unless we take a vote to extend. What I propose, we've got 2 items on the agenda. And I propose that we actually break for lunch now. Let's get some fresh air, get some liquid, and come back. Back at 1 o'clock.
In which case I'm going to leave.
We might be.
We want the quarter of 5 votes.
No, sorry, let's go. Estimated time for the next application. Is about 5 minutes.
And I suppose we carry on after 2 hours because we may not be forward after 1:30.
Yes, we carry on.
If we are breaking for lunch now, back at 1 o'clock, then we'll break for lunch now, back at 1 o'clock. Then we can take a vote on extending. Unless members would prefer to do it all now, I don't mind. That's your comfort.
I'm up for doing it now.
Yeah.
It's going to be so hot in that canteen.
By the officers.
Right. Officers, you okay with that?
Yeah.
Okay, in that case, see if we can carry on a little bit longer.
Please.
I'll try not to walk it.
No.
Are we in comfort for a minute?
Yeah, I think in the circumstances, we'll give it 5 minutes. before we melt. Right, we've got the HOU 2026-00276, 17 Dudsby Road, West Parley, BH22 8RA. That's going to be presented.
This application is at 17 Dudsby Road in West Parley, and it is to erect single and two-storey extensions, loft conversion, dormers, Juliet balconies, and roof lights. 17 Dudsby Road is a two-storey residential dwelling with a hipped roof on a relatively flat and rectangular shaped site. The site is outlined in red, and a new road special character area is shaded in purple and outlined in purple in the aerial image. The site is to the east of Dudsby Road within the new road special character area. The predominant built form within the vicinity of the site is detached houses and chalet bungalows. The property and its neighbours are set back from the road within verdant plots. Trees on the site are the subject of tree protection orders. The proposed development is for extensions to the front, side and rear, and the creation of second floor accommodations within a revised cropped gable group with dormers. These are the existing elevations and site photos showing the front and rear elevations. The previous household application, as shown here, was refused in March 2025, as it was considered to conflict with the special character area development criteria. In particular, the proposal stepped forward of the building line, and the additional bulk was judged to be out of scale with the original dwelling and visually dominant, and insufficient information had been submitted regarding the impact on trees. A pre-application was then submitted, which proposed three options. Option 1 was similar to the submitted scheme, but with a wider front gable extension, pitched roof dormers, and pitched roof single-storey extensions, rather than flat. Option 2 also had a wider front gable, but had no side extension. Instead, a detached garage was shown. Option 3 was closer to the current proposal. Officers recommended some amendments, including that the projecting gable would be better if it was subservient to the main ridge line, and that the single gabled garage was okay, as it would break up the frontage a bit and reduce the impression of the width, or it would be preferred if it would have the same false ridge roof, of which the false ridge roof is a big improvement over the low-pitched gable that was submitted in the pre-application. These slides compare the existing and proposed development. As you can see, there is no change to the height. The alterations to the roof will increase the bulk of the property, but within the context of the spacious garden, this can be achieved without harm to the street scene and the special character of the area. This slide shows the existing and proposed side elevations. As set out in my report, officers considered that the proposal complies with the special character area criteria. It remains as a substantial detached dwelling and is proportionate to the size of the plot and will avoid harm to trees. The impact on neighbouring amenity has been assessed in relation to the bulk and new windows. At ground floor level, the proposal will increase the living space. And at first floor, it will achieve a walk-in wardrobe and a larger ensuite. And 2 extra bedrooms at second floor level. You will note that the large rear window serves the ensuite. So here. There is sufficient separation distance between the solar panels on number 15 and the pit to gable enlargement proposed. As you can see from the separation distances involved, and as set out in the officer report, the proposal will not result in any significant harm to neighbouring amenity from overlooking. For these reasons, the application is recommended for approval. And these are my recommended conditions. Thank you, Chair.
Thank you, Claire. We have a public speaker on this, who is the agent, Tony Brown. Yeah, Tony, you've got 3 minutes from when you start speaking.
Do I need to activate this?
Say again? Yes.
Do I need to activate this? Do I?
Yeah, just press that button. That's lovely.
So I've got a red light. Does that mean it's on?
Yeah, that's working fine.
So good afternoon.
You'll get a 30-second warning.
Okay, thank you. I'm going to read from script because I realise I'm in the middle of time. So good afternoon to the chair and members of the committee. I'm, as you heard, I'm the owner of 17 Dudley Road and the applicant for the planning submission. Thanks for giving me the opportunity to address you today. I'd like to make a few additional points in support of the application alongside those already presented by Claire. So my family and I moved to Ferndown almost 3 years ago now. And before purchasing the home in Dudley Road, we viewed more than 40 properties in the local area. What attracted us to this location was the character of the road itself. The mature tree line and setting, the fact that each property has its own individual appearance and identity. And this variety and sense of character are among the features that make Dudley Road such an attractive place to live. My professional background is in design engineering, not construction or architecture, but I have a really strong passion for good design and aesthetics. But from the outset, my objective has been to create a home that provides the additional accommodation that the family needs, while remaining sympathetic to the surroundings and be respectful of the character of the area. And I want to be absolutely clear, I have no desire to construct a building that appears dominant, overbearing, or out of keeping with the street scene. The proposal has been carefully developed and refined after consulting with on key features with the planning officers to ensure it sits comfortably within the setting. And as the photographs shown by Claire demonstrate, Dudley Road contains a number of substantial properties, many of which are substantially larger than I have and have been extended over time. This includes both of my immediate neighbours, images of which Claire showed you, as well as number 24 directly opposite, where a substantial 2-storey garage and playroom has recently been approved and constructed in the front garden of the property. So against that context, the scale of my proposal is relatively modest and will result in an attractive character family home that remains proportionate to its generous plot size. Following the refusal of previous planning application, I did explore alternative options that could potentially be carried out under permitted development rights. This included a loft conversion with cabrio balcony windows, a single-storey large extension at the rear, and a detached garage positioned close to the boundary of number 19. And they would have delivered much of what I wanted, but I don't think they represented the best design solution for the property. So I chose to pursue the application for you today, because I believe it provides a more coherent, attractive, and better integrated design. The garage and roof detail have been carefully designed to complement the existing dwelling and enhance the appearance of the property as a whole. And importantly, it would not create a materially greater degree of overlooking for my neighbouring properties than I could get through permitted development. So thank you for your time and consideration. I respectfully ask that you support the Frame Officer recommendation and approve the application.
Thank you. Claire, you have anything to say back to that, or no? Fine.
No.
In which case, we move to committee members for any questions. Any thoughts?
Yeah.
Sorry, Brent, yeah. Shasta Brian.
Answer to another thing, don't worry. I'm trying to work out why this has come to the committee. Can somebody explain why?
It came to the committee because there were a number. They came to the committee because there were a number of queries about the roof size, the changes to the roof.
Okay. I just wondered whether it was
objections from the local authority.
objections from the residents, because from the message I've just got,
There was an objection from the town council.
Yeah. Yes.
Anyone else got a question? In which case, does anyone want to make a proposal? Are we happy or?
So Sarah has still caution on. I'm happy to propose that this be granted as per the officer's recommendation. It is a bit of a Goliath at the house. I wouldn't want to dust it, but it is in keeping with the size of properties in the area, and so therefore that is my proposal.
Thank you. Do we have a second? Alex was up first.
Thank you. Whoever I am, Alex Brenton, Bishop and Morden, of course, being one of the most villages in Dorset. Possibly let me get away with it. And I second this proposal. I have issues about how big it is, because like Council Surrey House, I'm thinking in terms of maintaining it. But if you have a large family and you have a large plot, and all we've seen pictures of the neighbouring properties, it's not unusually different. They are all substantial. They all have gables. They're all using roughly the same materials. I cannot see a reason to refuse it. So I second. Andy can't.
Councillor Skiggs.
Sorry, I missed what you said about objections. So if I'm wrong, I thought you said there were no objections to this. And
No,
there were a number, did you say? I'm sorry, I misheard that.
there were several objections.
No,
the town council objected.
I misheard that. Sorry.
Which is why it triggered the scheme of
My
delegation.
apologies, Mr. Chairman.
All right. Did you ask me then? No. I wasn't sure if your hand was waving or not.
Oh, right. I'll make sure it's up. No, I was going to make the third application, but I was beat to it. It's going to second it.
All right, so we've had 2 seconds. Okay, in that case, if nobody's going to say anything more, we'll move straight to the vote. All those in favour? 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, and unanimous.
Okay.
So now it is 1:45.
Get the last one in.
Yeah, we need to look at extending the meeting. We're going to go on beyond 1 o'clock, which I think is probably inevitable. The next question is, should we break for lunch? Which I would think. No.
Carry on. Finish.
Let's get
Nobody hungry? Nobody hot and sticky? Okay. Thank you. Excellent. In which case, just the elder Fenwell's councillor.
Oh, but the thing is, when they get big and substantial, but that means trees are didn't have any wood on them.
Okay.
I just need to read out.
That's the plug.
Okay, so the previous item, just for formalities, PHOU 2026 00276 17 Duxbury Road, West Palmy, BH22 8RA has been approved as per the officer recommendation. And we'll now move on to our final item, which is P full 2026-02091, the Old Malthouse, High Street, Langton with Travers, Swanage, PH19 3HP, and will be presented by Emma McDonald.
It will come back. Should.
Good afternoon. So the application before members today is for the retention of Unit 14 for use as a dwelling house and or for the use as a commercial holiday let for short-term letting. The application site is located to the west of Swanage in the village of Langton with Travers. The application site is outlined red on the slide. It forms part of a wider development of 19 dwellings known as the Old Malthouse that lies to the east of Old Malthouse Lane. The site is located within the Langton Travers settlement boundary as shown on the slide and also within the conservation area as highlighted in purple. In addition, the site is within the Dorset National Landscape, a designation which sweeps over the village. Outside of the Old Malthouse development, the character is largely residential, including a number of historic, although unlisted buildings, and more recent redevelopment along Old Malthouse Lane. To the east, the site adjoins the Langton with Travers Primary School and its playground. The Unit 14, which is the subject of this application, is outlined in green and lies within the centre of this recently constructed cluster of dwellings with allocated parking shown to the southwest of the dwelling. Access to the site and the wider development is also shown on the drawing from the west of Old Malthouse Lane. In terms of context, the top photograph shows the access towards the estate of Langton with Travers High Street, looking north towards the site entrance. The bottom left photograph shows the approach to the site from Old Malthouse Lane, and the bottom photograph shows the access into the site, again from Old Malthouse Lane. As you can see, the development at the Old Malthouse is currently in the process of being constructed. This photograph shows the side elevation of Unit 14, which is the subject of this application. Members can see that the dwelling is predominantly completed. Internally, the dwelling is finished with a kitchen, bathrooms, carpets, and carpets are also fitted. There are a few external finishes left to be completed, including connection to utilities, works to the garden, pathways, and the estate roads to serve the wider development. Planning permission is sought to retain Unit 14 as a dwelling house, but also to be able to use it as a commercial holiday let or short-term holiday let. It is important to note that the proposal does not involve any operational development or physical change to the permitted dwelling. As it currently stands, the application site benefits from planning permission for a two-bed dwelling within use class C3. However, condition 20 of the most recent variation of condition permission restricts occupation of all of the dwellings on the site to persons as their sole or principal residence. To a large extent, this reflects policy H14 of the Purbeck local plan, which seeks to prevent use of housing as second homes. It's understood that the property can already be sold or rented under the existing permission, subject to compliance with condition 20. However, this condition would not allow for short-term holiday letting, as the property would then not be the occupied sole or principal residence. The current proposal seeks a more flexible use of this unit to allow for short-term holiday, commercial holiday letting. The main issue of contention with this application is whether or not the proposal for a more flexible use of Unit 14 is acceptable and whether it complies with policy H14 of the local plan. The local ward member raised specific concerns that the proposal, if permitted, would undermine the intention behind the policy, considering that developments within Purbeck should be for the purpose of providing permanent homes. Policy 14 requires new housing within the Dorset National Landscape to be the subject of a principal residence restriction. The reason for this is to manage the number of second homes and to support an increase in the number of year-round residents and ensure new housing development meets the needs of local communities. The supporting text to the policy explains that this is fundamental to the perfect aim of meeting the housing needs of local people, creating a new balance and mix of housing, and to allow people to live and work locally, strengthening the community and the local economy. However, policy H14, as I've highlighted on the slide, specifically excludes new homes which are commercially let for holiday makers. The supporting text in the local plan explains that the council does not consider holiday lets which are run as a commercial business to be classed as a second home. So in summary, policy H14 prevents second homes, but does not prevent commercial holiday lets. The current application is seeking planning permission for flexible use of the dwelling as either a principal residence or a short-term holiday let. As such, and subject to securing these uses by condition, officers consider that the proposal does comply with policy H14 and therefore is acceptable in principle. In terms of other issues, Langton and Travis Parish Council have raised concerns that allowing the property to be used as a short-term holiday let would result in the loss of a permanent dwelling. Given the current shortfall in the 5-year housing land supply, this does carry some weight. However, the scale of the loss is very limited, and on balance, it is not considered sufficient to justify a refusal, particularly as the proposal would ensure that the development could be occupied as a principal residence should the market demand this type of accommodation. The Parish Council has also raised concerns regarding the impact of the proposal on community sustainability. Officers have considered this, but as the proposal would not remove the restriction, it would only remove this restriction on one of the 19 dwellings on this site. The scale of the proposal is very limited, amounting to a small proportion of the overall development. And officers do not consider that this would undermine the primary function of the estate as a residential community. Furthermore, the proposal has the potential to support the local economy through visitor expenditure, contributing to the vitality and viability of nearby services and facilities, albeit to a limited extent. Moving on to issues of character of the area and heritage assets, given that the proposal does not seek to make any changes to the external appearance of the approved dwelling, nor is any material change to the character of the use anticipated, the impact on the character of the area and heritage assets remains acceptable as with the permitted scheme. Furthermore, the proposal to use the property as a holiday let would not result in any demonstrable harm to neighbouring amenity above the existing permitted residential use of the site, because the dwelling that is already constructed is just a 2-bedroom dwelling. Parish Council also raised concerns regarding the potential increase in vehicle movements and also parking demands. And again, due to the scale of the dwelling, officers do not consider that the proposed flexible use for holiday accommodation will materially increase the intensity of use in terms of vehicle movements or parking demands. And all other matters raised in the representations are covered in section 14 of the report. So for these reasons, the application is considered to be acceptable. The proposal is for an alternative planning permission to the previously approved permission, and the dwelling is yet to be occupied. Therefore, planning conditions on the previous variation of condition permission relating to matters such as construction, surface water management, landscaping, bin store provision, all remain relevant and necessary to ensure that the house is completed as part of the estate. The requirement for obscure glazing of the bathroom windows and control over limited development rights previously imposed also remain applicable and are proposed to be attached to this permission should it be granted. So the application is recommended for approval as set out in section 16 of the officer's report. Thank you.
Thank you. We do have 2 public speakers on this. We've got Councillor Peter Kilmore, who is online, or was expected online. I'm not sure if he's actually online.
It's there.
Not trying to start them.
Councillor looks at it.
Yeah. In which case, he did send a short written statement, which I think the Vice Chair is happy to read out.
Yes, that's fine.
Thank you, Duncan.
Do we not have the agent first? Usually the ward member is the honest.
Well, that's Peter Gunler.
Sorry?
Gunler.
Can we put the agent? Oh, it's in the room. He goes first.
My apologies. We have the agent Ken Park in the room.
Thank you. Thank you, members, for sitting to hear this before you have your lunch. So, members, your second homes policy seeks to ensure new homes are not occupied as second homes, and specifically does not consider holiday lets to be second homes. And the reason for the second homes policy is that second homes usually lie empty while people are living elsewhere, thus not contributing to the local economy and not making efficient use of properties, whereas a holiday let does contribute to the local economy. Now, your tourism policy specifically directs and encourages tourism accommodation within the defined settlement, and in certain circumstances also within the countryside where normally development is restricted. And again, this is because of the important contribution of tourism accommodation. And the policy preference clearly stated is that new tourism accommodation, which is again specifically encouraged, should be located within settlement boundaries. The subject property is located within a defined settlement, and the proposals seek to add flexibility to allow the existing dwelling to be used as a dwelling house or as a tourism accommodation short let, specifically restricted to short-term lets for tourism purposes. Members, to provide context, if a proposal to use a property solely for short-term holiday lets was before you, it would fully accord with your policy when had to be granted. We are not seeking to do that, members. We are seeking an element of flexibility so that should the property not be able to be sold or let, the applicant has the ability to let it on a short-term basis and thus contribute to the local economy. Members, as you've heard from your officers, there's no conflict with any of your policies. And I think, as you're aware and mentioned earlier on, proposals that fully comply with policy and which do not conflict with relevant policies must be supported. So regardless of any points raised against the application, the proposal fully complies with your recently adopted local plan. The second home restrictive condition will still remain in place to the new flexible dwelling or short-term lets unit. So second homes will not be allowed. And indeed, the only reason for an application being required is because of the existing policy. And there's a slight tension between it and holiday lets, which can only take place in an unrestricted C3 dwelling. So members, there are no conflicts with the perfect local plan, and I'd ask you to support the application as you're required to do under the Act and the NPPF, which says planning policy must be granted where it accords with relevant development plan policies. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Pound. Yeah, if Peter Golub is online yet. No. In which case,
you have got Ben Wilson online.
Yes, I know. I'll come to him. Thanks. In which case, we have a short statement that Councillor Golub has sent in, should be read out by.
I don't know. I really have Ben Wilson.
Oh.
This is a statement of Langton and Travers Parish Council. As a Mr. Chairman, members of the APC, Langton and Travers Parish Council objects to this application and DC Planning's supportive recommendation because it would permit an open-ended holiday let outcome without a properly assessed application, enforceable safeguards, or a sound basis in local housing need. 1. Some substantive housing harm. DC's 2025 Housing Needs Survey states that out of 380 households in Langton and Travers, 72 are registered as second homes and 18 are listed as holiday homes, meaning roughly 1/4 of the local housing is not available for primary occupation. Over the past decade, the village has lost a pub, post office and shop, and is now in the process of losing its primary school. Adding further holiday let capacity would compound the existing shortage of year-round housing and further weaken the community base needed to sustain year-round local services. 2. Policy defect and enforceability. Policy H14 may not prohibit holiday lets, but that does not justify a permission that leaves the dwelling's use to the applicant's discretion after approval for primary residential use has already been granted. If the developer wishes to pursue holiday let use, the proper course is a fresh application assessed on that basis. Any approval for such must be secured by enforceable conditions requiring annual evidence of a bona fide short-term scheme, holiday business operation, business rates compliance, VAT status, freely advertised to any prospective renter, preventing the possibility of a backdoor second home. Flexible designation at this stage prevents consultees and members from knowing what use they are being asked to assess in the first instance and weakens the integrity of the original permission. 3. Unsound justification, developer convenience. The applicant's assertion that the housing market is slow is not a planning merit capable of outweighing public interest in primary housing supply and community sustainability. Market timing and commercial convenience should not be treated as grounds for creating a permanent exception to the basis on which permission was originally granted. It is not the remit of the EPC to alleviate market fluctuations to enable that a developer is comfortably placed at the point a dwelling is ready to be offered to sell. And that is all I have time to say at this moment, because of the length of the statement and restriction of the 3 minutes.
Thank you. Thank you, Duncan. We have a third public speaker who is just Councillor Ben Wilson, who is online. If Ben is able to come in and...
Yeah, can you hear me?
I can hear you.
Yes.
Brilliant, okay. So I'm not going to repeat what was just in the work with the Langton and Travers Council report, but to echo and say I agree with it. This is a slippery slope. This is an application of one of these properties. There are 34 dwellings that have planning permission on this site. So where does this end? It needs to be noted in the officer's report. It's not the first time this developer has tried to have this move, the resident policy. Purbeck has a housing crisis, I'm sure you're all aware. We need to be building houses for people to live in. The principal resident policy is very simple in its purpose. It ensures that developments in Purbeck are built for people to live in here. Bearing in mind that this is within the Dorset National and within the conservation area. I think the policy is a very simple extension, and it promotes the growth of communities without penalising visitors. And that is really important. No one is diminishing visitors to Purbeck. However, the focus needs to be on how to live in. The old represents a critical opportunity to build houses and attract working age families similar. And as has been like our council report, the future of the school actually depends upon this right now. The planning authorities interpret residency as outlined in 4.6 far too narrow. A holiday let may bring some economic benefits to the primary side, but none of the community benefits intended by the purpose. A holiday let is not a for primary residents. It's another seasonally owned property with no community benefit. I asked the committee to support the village of Langton to ensure that we are only building in the landscape that are people to live in year round.
Okay, is that it, Ben?
That's it. Was I under?
Okay, thank you very much. Thank you very much. Do officers wish to come back on anything that's been said?
I think, thank you. Just to kind of reiterate that although the applicant is seeking to change the permission to create a more flexible use of the dwelling, it will still be available for a permanent home should the market require a permanent home. So although it will be able to be used as a holiday let, it will also be available to be used as a permanent home. The other point I just wanted to make was that with regards to the concerns that this wasn't a full application. This is a full application and it has been considered fully, and all of the issues associated with the impact of the change to this dwelling have been fully considered. Condition 2 requires evidence to be maintained, to be kept and made available in terms of the uses that the new commission would allow. And there's also an informative note which provides a little bit more detail in terms of the evidence that would need to be kept by the owner of the property. I think that was it. Thank you.
Thank you. I've got a question of my own before. It's the house will be available to be lived in by some permanent residents by somebody who lives there as their only main residence, or it can be holiday let. If nobody lives in it as a main residence, it can be holiday let all the time. So it
be either or, depending on the need, and there would be a proposed condition
yes,
which ensures that it doesn't become a second home.
But if it can be lived in as a primary residence, but the owner doesn't live there, lives somewhere else,
then
they couldn't live in it. And if it's not actually let out as holiday let at that point, it's going to stand vacant. Is that right?
Yes, I think that is right. That is right. Yes, so it would need to be lived in by somebody as their permanent residence. If they decided not to live in it, they would need to be marketing it for holiday let purposes.
Actively marketing it, or if it's just available?
I think it just needs to be available.
So it could potentially stand empty for 6 months of the year.
If that person lived elsewhere.
I'm sorry.
Yeah, I mean that could be the same as with any dwelling. It could be empty for long periods of time.
Right. Okay. Thank you. Thank you. Andy, you.
Okay. Andy Skeets, West Morsland, Three-Legged Cross. Is this the first time that we've come across a challenge in this way to a specific requirement that it's a house that's lived in? Is this the first challenge? Because I've not heard this challenge before, but what I do feel is I'm unhappy that this is a little bit of a line in the sand decision here, because all of the houses that we've put by in small villages and towns in Dorset will be impacted by this decision, because once you've accepted that it's acceptable practice and AI comes in and knows that, then any application that comes forward would be automatically okay, pretty much. So I think this is a bigger question here than what we see. And I feel for the applicant, because he just happens to be the first one, doesn't he? But the principle of what we're doing here, as Ben has said, is a dangerous principle. You build property for local people to use. We try to enhance those communities, and our whole existence is about making those communities work. If we allow a situation where somebody can own the property and let it, and let's face it, once they're letting it for a holiday use, we have no great control over that, except for a neighbour complaining that somebody had been there or it was being used in the wrong way. So there's no protection for that property in our environment unless somebody raises it or complains. I think this is a bigger question. I'm not sure that I quite grasped when I first read this through, that I quite grasped the implication of this. And I think Ben's pointed out quite rightly that it's a whole lot wider, and it's not just his village, it's everybody's. So think about it. I think we need to discuss this at length.
Is that a question the officers can respond to? Or, yeah.
Thank you. So holiday lets are usually a C3 use class, and therefore they don't need planning permission generally, unless there are unless it's a material change of use in terms of scale and degree. And the government was thinking about a new use class for holiday lets, but this hasn't progressed. It hasn't been progressed currently. I think it's also worth saying that every single application that comes to us will be considered on its merits, and we will consider the scale of that proposal and the potential impacts on a case by case basis. Thank you.
Can I come back, Mr. Chairman?
Yeah, please do.
I'm not quite sure how to phrase the question on this thing, but this is the principle of us deciding that a property is to be lived in by someone in the community. And this change that is required by this applicant is to use that for as long as may be deemed necessary as a holiday let, spasmodically, because holiday lets do have blanks, don't they? And I think this is a change of use. This is a more significant change of use than you've expressed, because I believe that's a fundamental change in the rules on that property. And I think that Dorset will get hit with a big cricket bat by this if we just let this go. And I'm sort of thinking along the lines of maybe we should be deferring this and having a wider discussion, because this has great implications across Dorset. This is not just about this application, in my opinion.
It's serious legal advice.
And well done for raising it, Ben.
Do you want to just respond to that?
No.
You, Ben.
Okay. Can I just bring it back a bit? Any house that is currently in Dorset at the moment can be let out as an Airbnb or as I'm sure there are other holiday accommodation providers available. And there is only a material change of use where the character of the use of the property changes. Now, in this instance, it's a 2-bedroom house, so it's very likely that anybody who's going to rent it for a holiday is going to be a family unit, and therefore it's very unlikely that the character of that use would change materially from its use if it is a normal house to be lived in. The difference on this site is that because it's in the national landscape, and because following the original approval for houses on the site, they submitted a variation of condition.
post the adoption of the new local plan, which brought them within the confines, as it were, of policy H14, and therefore we imposed this condition to say should not be used as a second home. If it had been any other house, they could use it automatically. So here we're not diverting from the prevention of using it as a second home, which is what the policy seeks, but we are allowing the flexibility that would be available to any other house owner to use it as a short-term holiday let. So the reason for the officer's recommendation is because if it had come in as we would like holiday let, we would be recommending approval. In this instance, they said, can we have it as a dwelling or a holiday let? And we can do either. And the officer's recommendation is that that is policy compliant.
Thank you. Andy, yeah, you can. I've got a couple of other people waiting to speak.
I don't want to over-dominate, but I do think the point is worth the discussion. This particular property has a stipulation about what it's going to be used for in the environment that it sits in the conurbation or village or town that exists around it. And I think I'm right in saying that some parishes and town councils would openly support local property for local people, whereby they probably would there would be a different there'd be a different feel for more holiday accommodation in a certain area. So to me, that feels like a fundamental. Most houses, including my own, doesn't have a stipulation about use in that way. This one does. So that's the difference.
Thank you. In that case, Councillor Sally House.
Yeah, thank you. Councillor Sally House, Court Board. I would ask the officer if they feel that this would represent a precedent, as we've heard, and whether we are at the cusp of a wider risk. As far as I can see, and I totally understand what Councillor Skeets has said, and I hear the representation from the member for Purbeck South. However, when we come back to policy H14, this is compliant. There is no covenant on the property to, as there might be with socially rented, where you would say you have to have a connection with the area, you have to buy it. So I'm afraid the local homes for local people doesn't work. Anybody could, this is an open market property, anybody could buy it. And then it simply becomes their home. Should their work or family circumstances change and they want to retain the property, move out of the area, then I'm not sure the efficacy of then saying, but you can't rent it out, because that would be imposing a restriction that wouldn't be in place for any other home, indeed a neighbouring property. So maybe I've got that wrong. So I'd ask the officer to confirm whether or not I've got the wrong end of the stick or not.
I think in terms of in terms of whether a precedent has been set, I think any application that required planning permission, we would consider it on its merits. We would consider the scale and the nature of the proposal. Like Liz had said, this is for one dwelling on a development of 19, and obviously if an application came in, for others, we would consider those on those merits as they were submitted.
Yeah, could you answer the second part of that? Would restricting it in the way has been suggested remove would that in fact make an exception from any other property in the area?
Yes, it would. So the policy is quite clear that holiday lets are not unacceptable, and the policy is quite clear that holiday lets are exempt from the policy H14. So that would be acceptable.
Thank you. Legal advice?
I was just going to emphasise what your planning officer's already said. So policy H14, which we had on the screen a while ago. So partway through that, it says this policy will not apply to, and they've highlighted a bit, new homes which are commercially let for holiday makers. So as long as they are commercially let for holiday makers, that policy H14 would not apply.
Thank you. Councillor Clorry.
Councillor Scott Lord Corfallen, I think in that little discussion there, I think my question's been answered. My only thought to this was in terms of, an area like Purbeck where you've got holiday homes and they put a policy like this in place. I know it's second homes and hence the holiday lets don't apply to this policy, but it's almost like, to me anyway, the spirit of the policy, they put this in, obviously they put this in place for a reason, thinking that it would prevent something, and now it's the way it's worded, it's not doing that. So I'm just in my head, it's kind of like the spirit of what they were trying to accomplish. They're getting around it. Yeah, just my opinion.
Come back on that.
Thank you. I think in terms of the spirit of the policy, it's about ensuring the survivability of the communities, and as we've said, the use as a holiday home would still bring people into the area and people would spend money in the community, whereas obviously as a second home that is slightly different, because you might use your holiday home for a couple of weeks, maybe a couple of weeks twice a year or something, but then it might lay vacant for the rest of the year. But obviously as a holiday let, it's more likely to be used throughout the year, and obviously then contributing to the economy and the viability of the community.
Yeah, please do, Liz.
Just to add to that, so because we have a planning application, we have considered the proposal to use it as a holiday let under policy EE4. And the EE4 includes at part B that tourist-related activities and tourist accommodation can be acceptable in the settlements, provided it does not result in harmful impacts upon local services and the capacity of roads and other infrastructure. So in order for us to make a reasonable refusal, we would need to demonstrate that the loss of the one dwelling would have a significantly harmful impact upon local services. So this would give us, if they come in with an application for for a large number of these homes to become holiday lets, we might have been able to identify a significant impact on local services and say, well, that's contrary to your policy EE4. But in this case, the single dwelling out of the 19, we have no evidence that that will result in a harmful impact upon local services, albeit that we appreciate the difficulties that the school is experiencing and the desperate, desire by the local people to hold on to that service. We do understand that.
Thank you. I've got Councillor Surreyhouse and then Councillor O'Brien.
Councillor Surreyhouse, Corfmullen. Can I just ask the officer in response to that, would the authority take a view then on a cumulative impact of properties being rented out in that area? And if so, at what number?
Good question.
Officers, yeah.
That's a great question. I think the problem that we have is that the issue that we've already raised, that any of those houses in Langton Travers that are not already or that are not covered by condition could be used as holiday lets without a change of use. So until there is a new use class, which identifies holiday let as a different use to C3, and makes it necessary for a planning application to be made to change that use, we have limited. Planning doesn't have the power to control things like that. So we can only look at the number of houses that. Sorry, going back to your question. I think it was mentioned earlier the number of houses that were already identified as holiday lets and the numbers that were second homes, and then we would have we'd have to look at the proportion of how many were being proposed compared to the number of houses that were in current use, but we also have to take into consideration the flexibility that already exists. So I would not like to put a proportion on it. Thank you.
Thank you, Liz. You got Ryan first, then I expect.
I think, in fairness, my colleague over the opposite side of the room was before me, if I may. Let it go first, and I'll come back.
No, decent. Thank you.
What you've done.
I would like to learn that. Thank you very much, colleague over the other side of the room. Yes, I was waving a bit. We're talking about 19 houses here. We gave planning permission a couple of months ago for a similar number behind this, which are all new build. So the question of the slippery slope or that what number is very relevant. When the reason the policy H14, this is the perfect local plan, it was only accepted 2 years ago. This is the current plan. And there was a very strong feeling in the perfect area in particular that the second homes policy, we had to restrict new homes, new build homes, becoming either second homes or holiday homes. I know it's not quite. When it says holiday homes, it's implied in perfect that they tend to be groups of, say, 4 or 5 in a courtyard of a farmyard. It's a sort of separate little enclave of holiday cottages. They're not just one stuck in amongst 19. And if you look at the plan, this number 20 is right in the middle of a really little plan. Not ideal as a holiday home or a holiday let, because you're popping in and out. I'm sure the locals would soon know where to park and where not to park. This house, you turn up with a large car, lots of children, you've got to park down the road. This could definitely affect the quality of life of the people living next door, who would have found their own sort of modus operandi of who parks where and when they go shopping and all those sorts of things, which happens in a community. It doesn't happen in a block of holiday cottages in a farmyard. There are several around Langton and Travers. They're not exactly short of holiday accommodation. So partly my problem is that this one particular house, why this one? Supposing the others haven't sold. We know at the moment the housing market is slow. One could argue that possibly they're overpriced. So how many more might not sell? And the owners may have bought 2 or 3 and, they've given it to a son and he's decided to do the same things. There are 101 ways of getting around the holiday letting system. And I think we are setting ourselves up. First of all, we accepted the perfect local plan as a county council or as a Dorset council. It was formed by lots of effort by Perfect District Council. It wasn't, just done on the spur of the moment. It's not a Saturday afternoon penning. This is months and months and months and lots of it reiteration. We should not be going against the spirit of a plan that we agreed. I know that you could argue that the spirit didn't actually mention the details of what is a holiday home and how often does it. it has evidence in there of what they should be doing. If it's a business, I would put it to use that one owner who buys one 2-bedroom house and then decides to rent it out as holiday doesn't sound that much like a business, unless they are having lots of other houses as well, in which case they didn't buy it with the intent of living in it. So I am very concerned that we are setting a precedent. We don't know how many more numbers will come in. We don't know what we will do about them. So at the very least, I would ask us to defer this issue and think it through carefully and get some legal advice about what the precedents, possibly because there is a discussion at the moment at the Housing Board about whether to put a priority residence policy into the Housing Board's recommendations. And I would definitely ask that we defer this decision until we've made a decision about that, because we could be in the process of accepting one thing and then 2 months later going, oh, we didn't like that, we'll change it again. And we're not supposed to do that. We are supposed to have an overarching policy. So that is my problem. Thank you.
We need being like you need more information. No, not related to some.
It's the implication, isn't it?
I think.
Right, one bill in the running bill.
Okay. Doesn't seem like a deferral would be optimal on this. Well, is that a proposal that we defer?
I'm getting some nods from the other side.
I've already said that I would propose.
I know usually deferrals are only for a month or so, but I think we need to discuss this in detail. It's a policy point, not just a straight deferral.
It's the impact on individual.
Can I just take advice from legal on what we would need to do to defer it? We need a reason to defer, I understand.
You would normally defer where you want more information. So I guess if you're saying you want more legal advice, we could do that. Can't think of any other reason for deferring it, and relating to another policy wouldn't be appropriate.
Yeah, so if policy changes at some point in the future, that doesn't negate previous decisions.
No, because you're looking at this application and whether that policy age 14 would allow what they're applying for. On the face of it, it does, because as I said, this policy says it doesn't apply to new homes which are commercially let by holiday makers, and it would have a condition on there as well. So in the policy it says where an applicant is seeking permission for a commercial holiday let, the council will restrict the use through a planning condition attached to the permission, and condition 2 that's been proposed would do that.
Okay. So
if you want to do it for legal advice, we can do it.
Yeah. Actually, I've got Ray as a speaker.
Okay.
Yeah. So Ray, do you want to speak, Ray?
Thank you, Chairman. When I joined planning, I didn't expect to have this sort of issue to worry about. One of the concerns on this application is very much around our own policy, which I think we need to look at and decide whether that's the actual policy we want to have. Sorry to say, the councillors rule the council, and we decide the policies and the man
Got a policy which is.
No.
Excuse me,
2 years
sit down,
old.
please. Sit down, please.
Can't just change it to suit.
Excuse me. Please don't interrupt.
I'm really cross with views.
I don't care.
That's right.
Either stay quiet or leave. Your choice.
Right, going back to what I'm more concerned about is whether we're going to open the floodgates to people who have got second homes, and this may be a second home, that they've decided that rather than pay the council tax, we'll try and do something different. This would open up a whole can of worms going forward. And it's a big concern to me, and I'm absolutely in support of deferring this because I don't have the legal knowledge as to where we stand on this, Chair, and I really do have a concern that we could be opening a can of worms that we won't be able to close at a later stage. So I am supporting the deferral.
Can of worms, that's okay.
Okay, thank you. That's quite tricky. If we defer it, we'll probably need to get an extension of time, is that right? But we'd have to ask for an extension of time, which we, in the face of it, might not get.
So we refuse.
So we could, so you're quite right, we could refuse it. Let's see if it goes to appeal. Andy.
My proposal was to defer it,
Yeah.
not to refuse it, because refusal has other implications, and I don't need to tell you that. But it would allow the process for us to know how much this influences and impacts on our policy. And I don't think we should refuse. I think we should defer. That's my view.
As I was trying to say, we might not be able to defer. Because if we can't get an extension of time,
well, we can
run up against time limits. And it could be determined regardless of what we think. It'll come down in favour of the. Yeah. Let's explain.
Yeah, so just from a planning officer's perspective, we don't have an extension of time to allow us to hold off determining this application. We can ask for one, and it's in the applicant's gift whether they give that or not. Their choice is to wait. If you do choose to defer, to wait until you meet again and discuss further and make a decision, or they can appeal non-determination straight to the planning inspectorate. That's in their gift. From a planning officer perspective, we have recommended approval because we believe it is in accordance with policy. If you consider that you can evidence that the loss of the dwelling would result in harm to the local services, then I think that would be the only option that would allow you to pursue a refusal, but that is not your officer recommendation.
Andy.
Forgive me, I've been a councillor a long time, so you'll have to forgive me if I'm wrong, but if we got information in front of us which we openly discuss and review as a committee, and we find something that we feel hugely impacts on us widely, and we're trying to make a decision, then trying to make a decision based on that one application is very difficult. I thought we had the right to defer for more information, and that's what I'm asking the deferral for, because I don't think we accept that we have got all that information, and I don't think that we've got what we don't really feel that we know what the impact of this decision would be widely.
So my understanding is that if we vote to defer, we will run past the expiry date of this application, unless there is an extension of time. That extension of time is in the gift to the applicant. If they were able to give us that extension time, then we can delay. If they don't, then they can go straight away and just appeal on grounds of non-determination to the inspectorate. I clearly can't prejudge the inspectorate, but this is a policy compliant application, so it might get through. So if we refuse it, then it's up to the applicant to appeal, and they may win or they may not like the costs. That's entirely, but that's the consideration we got, is if we defer it, it might just go straight to appeal. So I don't know. Can I get a legal opinion on, am I right?
Yes, so I think you can defer it if you want to. I think you've explained the position and your planning officer that it could end up at straight at appeal, but it might not. So if you want further information, then you can defer to get one.
Okay, so we've had a proposal.
Yeah, if I may.
I've got another speaker. Councillor Harryhouse wants to speak. We've had a proposal, we've had a seconder to defer. You proposed it, and you seconded it. So this proposal, we go to the vote once people have finished debating. So, Duncan.
Thank you, Councillor Harryhouse, Portmore Ward. There's a lot to unpack here, and I completely understand the feeling with some members. However, this, in my opinion, is not the point at which on a single application for a single property that we should be deferring and trying to change policy. I know it wasn't that long ago that we adopted the perfect local plan. That will be superseded by the emerging local plan that's coming out. And I think if members feel that there's a risk moving forward, then they need to communicate that to the team with the evolving local plan to see what can be done to prevent what they see as risk in the future. I think were I in a different place in chairing a meeting and a member wanted to defer, then I would be saying, what information is it that you don't have about this application, not potential future applications that you want to receive? Now, legal has suggested to us that if you needed further legal advice, bearing in mind this is an application that is policy compliant, then I would suggest that the question is to legal, what is it that you think that you could give as legal advice moving forward that you aren't able to give today on this application? Not what may come in the future, but what is it that you want from legal today that you can't get, that you're going to need in the future, that's pertinent to this application? Now, I hear what you say about people with second homes and what they might do, but the policy H14 that excludes, it's new homes. So it's not something that is going to be retrospectively applied to people with second homes. So I would have a real problem with deferring because I feel that it's scrabbling around for an opportunity. And sometimes I've sat in meetings and I've offered to members the opportunity to defer, but I understand why we might want that, but I do not think the outcome of a deferral today is going to achieve the result that you would hope from that deferral. And so I think on this point, we sit in this place to make a decision today, and our choices are to grant a policy compliant application, mindful of what we might want to communicate to the local plan moving forward, or to refuse. And my feeling is that this should be granted. We need to suck it up for whatever reason, and we need to move forward together with the emerging local plan to ensure that what you want, because you don't have a mechanism at the moment to change that, because it's not there. Thank you.
Yeah.
And I think we probably would struggle to give you any new legal advice on this, because we've talked about what the policy H14 says. It does relate to new housing. You can see that at the start of that policy. And there is an exception. It does say, as I said before, the policy will not apply to new homes which are commercially let for holiday makers. And they will have to be commercially let. So it is something that, as your planning officer said, somebody could come in and ask for this as a new application for a new home, to just have it as a commercially let property for holiday makers. So all things being equal, I'm not sure that we would be able to provide any different legal advice to that. And you would have your condition there, as I've said, so that anybody saying they were using it as a commercial holiday let would have to provide the proof that they are actually doing it.
Thank you, Laura. David, Councillor Morgan.
Yeah, I think it's David Morgan, still from Wimbledon. Yeah, I think not often we've had this query over the years that I've sat on the planning committee, but I think going along with what my fellow councillor is saying, I think, in my opinion, is that we should grant this and then perhaps go and look, if we wish to, back at the policy. I mean, this has come up now, and we thank Councillor Keats for bringing it up, and this is something which I think should be looked at. In my opinion, it's come up. There's not a lot we can do about it at this point, and it's unfair to almost whip somebody on something that we just realised could happen. And I think if we want to stop it, we want to look at the policy again, which we can do, so that if this situation arises, we're around it. I mean, over the years, we've had situations that have arisen where we had to grant it, and then we've gone back and looked at the policy. A lot of tightening up, if you like, needs to be done. But I think if Duncan is proposing, I don't know if he is or not.
Thanks, David.
Is Duncan proposing it?
We have another proposal at the moment.
Oh, we got another proposal.
So we need to see if there is support for that. And then, yes,
just confirm who proposed it and then just second it.
And I think still wish to do that.
The deferral was proposed by Councillor Bretton, was seconded by Councillor Skeets. So,
first proposal.
Are those proposals and secondings still on the table, as it were, or?
I think given discussion, there's probably enough to be fair to the applicant, as long as I'm both legally and planning wise confirmed that this does not set the precedent that Dorset will follow. Anyway, I want a review here. So as a result of this meeting, perhaps, Mr. Chairman, you could ask for a review of this so that we can actually look at it as a whole council. And if you're happy to do that, then I withdraw my proposal.
Alex's proposal. Alex, who's your proposal? It seems you no longer have a seat on that.
I've now lost, it appears I've lost a seconder, so I will withdraw my proposal for deferral at the moment. Reluctant.
Thank you. My understanding of planning law is that a decision here on one application doesn't provide a precedent for other applications, each of which is treated on its own merits. May be used as a little bit of evidence as to why not, but it doesn't necessarily create a precedent. Is that right?
I would agree. Every application is on its own merits. There would be, you'd need to provide justification for an inconsistent decision in the future.
Thank you. And do we have any other proposals? Duncan.
Councillor Sarah House, Portland Ward. I'm content on the basis that the debate that we've had, the advice we've had from legal and confirmation from the planning officer to propose that this be granted as per the officer recommendation. I'm very happy to move forward with Councillor Skeets and see if we can look at the policy. We could do that with the portfolio holder for planning and senior planning officers. Very happy to do that.
Thank you. Yeah, I would agree. I've never been too convinced of the difference between the holiday let and the second home. The holiday let will be let in the summer, probably stand empty 6 months of the year. And a second home might be occupied for even less than that. But that's about the difference. So I'm not entirely sure why the Purbeck local plan drew such a distinction. However, that is the Purbeck local plan, that is the policy. And until we review it and we have a new local plan, that's the basis we've got, as far as I'm aware. So we've got a proposal to accept. Do we have a second of that? Councillor Morgan, are you got seconding?
Yes, after what I've said, yes, seconded.
Okay. Do you have anybody else wanting to run anything up the flagpole and see who salutes it? Probably in their own country. Go on, Andy.
I think I'm grateful for the officers and the legal representation and the vice chair's proposal. But I think that I would be not honest to myself if I didn't probably just maybe abstain. I think I might take that route myself. So.
Okay. So given we've got no more comments, we'll take a vote. All those in favour of the proposal, which is to accept as per officer's recommendation, please show your hands. 1, 2, 3, 4. All those against? 1. Abstentions? 2. So that gives us a successful vote. So P4 2026 02091, the old Malton House High Street, Langton Travers, Swanage BH19 3HB is approved as per officer recommendation.
Thank you. Apologies for speaking up.
I think it's it's
which moves us to agenda item 9. There are no urgent items. Item 10, there is no exempt business. Which moves us to meeting.